businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive, few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand like the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to meet to have people you know they can afford what you are selling on your status. I mean in your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities. All right, welcome back from that break as we delve into entrepreneurship and talk about how you can make money online, because people would say boys are not smiling, the streets are really, really tough, and the economy of the country is really a bit on the challenging side right now. So one just has to brace up, to look for alternative sources of income. Now, my guest, Temi Ajibewa, popularly known as Electric Temi, is a highly sought-after speaker, trainer, and results coach in the business and personal development niches in Nigeria. She captivates her audience and clients with her ability to ignite possibilities. As a fellow at the Institute of Corporate Mentoring and Coaching, Temi is the CEO of Win Consult, a coaching and consulting services company that empowers thought leaders through her mentoring, training, and coaching services. The company operates in Nigeria and the United States of America. Temi is the founder of the Millionaire Housewife Academy, a leading edutech platform that enables women to leverage technology to create impact, influence, and income from their homes. She is also the visionary behind the Transformers Mentoring Hub, a movement designed to transform the minds of young people aged between 16 to 24 through life coaching and mentoring. The program prepares them to contribute to their country's economies and Africa's greatness, among other many feathers she has on her cup. Let's make welcome Temi. Temi, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you.
Yes. Good to have you yet again on Business Insights.
Yeah, right. It's good to be here. It's good to be back.
So how's it been really since the last time you were here and now in the wake of all of the economic challenges the country and even most part of the world have been faced with?
Right. So I've had to transition to attend to more important and needed services in the coaching space. And so when I was here the last time, I was a personal brand strategist, even though I began as a make money online, millionaire housewife brand, but now I sit fully in my space as make money online.
Make money
coach. Yes.
Oh, that's cool. Interesting. That's what we will be discussing today, making money online, because we need to make all the monies we can get to, like I introduced on the show now, because things are desperately tough and challenging. People are even finding it hard to, just get the average, daily bread, which is really very expensive right now. So let's just start this way, making money online. What are the things that one needs to really bear in mind?
Thank you very much. There are two major things you need to bear in mind when you think making money online. The first thing you want to do is think of your current existing business model and create a channel to market that business online. No matter what you sell. You are a barber, you are a hairdresser, you are a hospital, you are a lawyer, whatever service you currently have, you want to maximize the internet, social media in particular, Google, to promote your existing business. You can't afford to do business only with the people who can see you. With the people
brick and mortar.
No. So when you promote yourself, I was going to fix my nails some days ago. I just Googled salons near me.
I thought you did it online.
I found them online.
Okay.
Salons near me. And I'm sure there are more than those I saw online.
Okay.
Thankfully, I saw one online. I called them on the phone. They're like, oh, yes, we're available. We don't fix nails, but there's a nail shop below us, so please come in.
Okay.
And I walked there.
Okay.
That's a very classical example of making money online.
Okay.
The second thing to bear in mind is, what services
Are you rendering?
can I deliver online?
Okay, but before you even talk about what services you can deliver, by the way, the names are great. I get.
Thank you.
Before you talk about what services to deliver online, so are you saying exactly that just practically anyone can just be online with whatever they do?
Yes.
Okay.
A resounding yes.
Aha. So no one has any excuses.
No. And it's okay if you can't do it. Talk to 1, 2, 3 people. Look for any of your educated cousins or nephews or children.
Yes.
Ask them to put your business on Google My Business. It is free.
So you can actually just make the most of it.
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead. You talked about
The other part.
Yes, please.
Then what services can you deliver online? What digital products can you offer online? Now, if you are educated,
Yeah.
you have a degree or something, or you've had years of experience on a job, you have gathered some knowledge, some skills, some expertise. Nothing precludes you from offering that expertise online.
Okay.
Consultations, pick my brain sessions, webinars, ebooks, templates. People are buying contract templates from lawyers. You can have, webinars, online courses.
The list is actually endless. So it's just for one, as it is now, to think out of the box, because even from the little that you think you do, there's even monetization that could come out of it.
Yes, absolutely. So I have made money online for the past 10 years.
I'm going to collect some. So seriously, so it's not like a novel thing. You've been doing for 10 years.
Yes.
It's something that one could actually just,
It's not a Yahoo thing. Yes, the Millionaire Housewife is 10 years this year. So before COVID became a thing, I have been working from home. I raised my 2 kids from home, ran my business from home, and the money is sweet because your overhead is near zero. No, paying rents for a shop or something, or for an office. No overhead of stocking. No, it's just your knowledge, and it is inexhaustible for you to share the knowledge over and over. Now you may say something, but there is Google, there is knowledge everywhere. Yes, there is, but there is no customized, curated knowledge. People are still looking for your experience. You are a man, you have an age, you have your own personal story that people want to hear. They want to connect. That's the word, to relate with. So Google will just give me something generic online. Random. ChatGPT has even spoiled things. It's so mechanical, it's so sounding like it's a robot. But when you say you can teach me to be a broadcaster, I want to hear from you. Bring your years of experience. Tell me, I made these mistakes, climb my shoulder, and then pay a token to sit in a master class with me. You can have a master class of 10, 20 people paying you 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira. I run programs that run as high as 2.5 million naira for 3 months coaching, 6 weeks coaching, and people pay because knowledge is power when it is implemented.
All right. Justin, don't you think you should learn how to start coaching too? So
it's not even about coaching now. Just even training. Let's not even grandize it, or what's the word now? It's not just coaching, because coaching needs certifications. But training.
So basically, so long as you have some
Teaching.
knowledge, you can actually impart it.
Yes.
Okay, it's as though someone is actually, preaching, sister.
Yes.
But really,
I've been
this
saying
is really a very interesting conversation. So the truth is that you just have to bring yourself or put want to be able to bring people, and I do it very well, but I just need to get the number. So how do I go about it?
Fantastic. Open a Gmail account for your business. While you are opening it, it asks you for location, address, and things like that. As you are putting it in, it is telling you to link your location, to pin it. And so they will send an agent. Now it's the agents you may have to sort, for their transport fare and things like that. But the service itself is free from Google. So ask you to get an agent to come and see your location and confirm it is true, because Google will not want to lead them to a wrong place. They will ask you to put your address, your phone number, contact, the direction to that location, and that is it. You become live. So when people Google your business name, that name will come up online. It could also be you buy a domain name in your company name, a host the domain as a website, and simply put whatever.babashop.com, and then put in your services, your address, and that becomes Googleable online. It's really, really basic. You wouldn't believe it.
Let's look at another way about it now, because at a time when practically everyone is going into content production and everything, which is another way people are cashing out, and it is, so long as you know how to really go about it. What would you really advise? And some people, they really want to get into it, but they are really a bit taken aback as by how to start, or what exactly they can do, or what they can make it really very captivating, so they can actually get all the attention.
Great question, thank you. There are 4 steps I would recommend. The first step is clarify what solution you want to offer. What is the solution you want to deliver? Because people may not pay you to get into heaven, but they will pay you to get out of hell. What is the hell you want to pull people out of? You must know the hell you are pulling them out of. They would pay you to solve their problems. So, identify the problem you want to solve. Clarify who you also want to solve the problem for, because not everyone is your customer. So, people can be your consumer without being your customer. The person who pays you is your customer. So, know who your customer is. Clarify what the solution you are bringing, who you are serving, and what the offer you are giving. That is the product you are giving them. Once you clarify that, then design the process. Okay, so how will I offer this? Will it be in form of a masterclass? Would it be a webinar? Would it be a book? Would it be a course? Would it be a masterclass? Whatever, right? Design the offer. Then once you get that, begin to sell. Sell on social media, your Instagram, dance on Reels, WhatsApp broadcasts, WhatsApp status. Sell with content marketing. Teach some things to show that you are an expert. Teach a bit, give some tips, some hacks, address some common mistakes that your clients are currently making. That positions you as an expert.
Gives you an edge.
It gives an edge. So once you do that, you are selling yourself, selling your brand. And then they begin to ask you, okay, can you help me do this? Now, the interesting part is that most of us, people are already picking our brains for free. They come, they call you, they're on the chat with you. Please, how do I fix this? How do I do this? And then you just giving away the knowledge for free.
When you could actually
charge a fee for it. If not from them, from somebody. They finally deliver the expertise.
Deliver the expertise. Okay, fine. We are actually out of time, but just your final words for people who are already online but are struggling, and they think that there should be more they can do. What's that one advice you'd give to them very quickly?
I'll tell you, find a mentor, find a trainer. The process can be a bit daunting, I have to admit, because it's technical, and we're not so technically inclined in Nigeria. The internet is crappy. So find a mentor who can show you the step-by-step process. They can walk you through so that you don't fall too much. You will fall, but not too much.
You won't stumble.
You will not go over. You will not go over.
Okay.
So find someone who can teach you and be willing to learn and implement.
All right. Thank you, Timmy. But this conversation is really very interesting. But then we have to, go because of time. It would be nice to really have you to have more conversations as regards. When it comes to money, everyone is interested, and everyone, should know how to do these things because they are really very basic things. Thank you once again, Timmy.
Thank you, JJ, for having me.
It's been a pleasure. And that's the size of the show for today. I must say a very big thank you to all of you who have sat back to what I trust you have been able to get something or even more on how you can actually make money online. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
As a young person growing up, I have had to sell akamu on my head. On a tray. You go like in the morning, like very early in the morning before I go to school. Buy akamu, That's why you should never underrate anyone. No matter the situation, you see them or you find them. When I go to UK and had to play at the Rio Festival Hall with Miriam Makeba, then, oh my God, I'm like, that's akamu selling girl. That was selling akamu. So be inspired. Be inspired. Follow your dream. Follow your heart. Sit back and say, what is my passion in life? What can I do to better the world? And before you know it, you're already making an impact.
When I came to Lagos here after school, I remembered I entered what is called 911. 911 is a kind of lorry found then that they will load Gary, load in at the back. Then in between the driver and the load, we have what is called second class. And that is where I sat. And could you believe that by the time I got to Ido and I came down, my box, my shoe, because it took us 3 days from Bender, from Midwest to Lagos, all my loads were loaded. You see, when you pass through such, and when you become somebody, you look back and you look at what people are going through. It makes you to help others.
When I decided to be an apprentice photographer, we were living in Iputimeta, and I would trek, from Iputimeta into Willoughby, from Willoughby into cross the Leventis into Ido Road, past Ido railway station, go across the Kata Bridge, and then into Agbogbon, into Broad Street. And I trekked that for 1 whole year. And then finally when I got to London, I had to be a cleaner, every morning. Get out of the house by 4:30 to clean till 9 a.m. and then rush off to school. So I've done quite a lot of things like that, and I still continue to do that. And so for me, it is part of one's development. And I didn't see that I was suffering. Occasionally, you want to stop. You have cried.
I didn't even know what it was all
film. Everybody would just be calling me over. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? When the film was all over the place. So I couldn't go to the market. And I used to go to the market a lot, you know, to go and buy all these second-hand, all these second-hand outfits. And then there was one day I went to the market with a couple of my friends, and I just realized that I just couldn't buy these things anymore because they would tease me. The market, the people in the market, the traders will always tease me and said, so you see, they come buy Pendam Boutique, you know. So that made me realize that, oh, so if I become a star, there are a lot of things I won't be able to do, or what? So I went back and I said to myself, is this how I'm going to live my life? I won't be who I want to be. I won't be myself. And I said, no, I won't let that catch up with me. Just be who you are, no matter your craft, no matter how high you think you've become. Still be that same person that the girl next door, still the girl or the boy next door that people can always relate to.
A digital revolution is ripping through the global health sector. Robots are performing surgery. Artificial intelligence is identifying cancer. And Dr. Data is now in charge of your health. Digital healthcare, our topic here on this edition of Made. I'm Ben Fazulin. We put our lives in their hands, but doctors are no longer just medical professionals. They're being forced to become data analysts as well. They're trading in their stethoscopes for virtual reality goggles. It may not sound all that reassuring, but it does give doctors a whole new skill set to do their jobs all that much better. Standing there, buck naked, in front of my GP recently, it was the PC doing all the checks for skin cancer. Computers are faster, and robots can be so much more precise. So where does it leave my doc? Let's take a look.
To determine whether a mole is malignant, doctors are now consulting computers. Artificial intelligence being used to detect skin cancer, drawing on a database with over 100,000 image samples.
You train AI like you would a small child. We show the AI a benign mole, and then perhaps a black malignant melanoma. Eventually, after viewing thousands of images, the AI recognizes the patterns behind the diagnoses and is able to generate answers.
Holger Hensler is himself a dermatologist. So does this mean he's handing his job over to a computer?
It's more a change of role. The doctor takes a step back and becomes a management controller.
Dermatology is at a relatively advanced stage of digitalization. On the ground, however, hospitals can have a slow internet connection and still usually have hard copies of patient files. But not for much longer. Digitalization is changing the working world for doctors, while also opening up a range of questions. When do patients need a human face to interact with? And where can mistakes by artificial intelligence be avoided? When will we see X-rays being evaluated by AI instead of humans? And Are doctors themselves ready for the revolution?
We're currently in a transformation period. We know what direction the vision is headed, but it's still some way off. So right now, the next generation of doctors, and especially the current one, are not prepared.
Sebastian Kuhn hosts an introductory seminar on digital healthcare. It's the only course of its kind in Germany, which is part of the problem. The aim is to familiarise budding doctors with the new options available to them and to look at which ones are useful.
We have to consider whether using this technology will help the patient and how I can make it an integral part of routine procedure. And we might find that no, it isn't helpful, so I won't make use of it, or I will use it in this case.
Technology is increasingly being used for other forms of training. Here, young doctors hone their surgical skills with the help of virtual reality.
You're in this room and you're surrounded by the liver, as it were. You can look into whatever detail you like, zoom in, mark something. It's a really new experience.
Crucially, different people can view the same thing together, even if they're separated by continents. So you can consult someone elsewhere who has more experience of this procedure.
A setup already in use by urologists, for example, with some operations now being conducted by a robot called Da Vinci. Young doctors get to grips with the Da Vinci simulator, part and parcel of training for the next generation.
I expect to see a lot of robotics or similar developments.
The first step in training is a kind of driving lesson with the robotic assistant. Digitalization means major investments in new technology and training programs. Even seasoned doctors need lots of practice. Where their expertise is also essential is knowing what procedure makes sense. When can which digital tools be of genuine assistance? And who's to define what beneficial even means?
As a doctor, I need to know which apps have which capabilities so that I can decide whether a tool has benefits for my patient. Does it do what it's supposed to do? Although it's an app that appears to have medical background knowledge, it might do something different with that data.
The mole on Dr. Holger Hensler's patient turns out to be harmless, say both the dermatologist and the AI. Of course, computers can make mistakes too, just like us. AI, after all, was created and trained by human beings.
Sometimes we do see grievous mistakes, where a lesion is classified as benign but is clearly anything but. And sometimes very advanced forms of skin cancer fail to be identified. It would be good to be able to explain why this or that wasn't detected. And right now, we can't explain everything. So it's very difficult to iron out mistakes. There are still plenty of pitfalls.
There is indeed still plenty of work to be done, from improving doctor training programs to laying down quality standards. But meanwhile, the very occupation of doctor is changing, as it always has done with the evolution of technology, for the benefit of patients.
Here's another benefit for us: personalized medicine, the latest buzzword in the industry. It's not just about customizing medication to your needs to make sure they work against things like cancer and rheumatism, but also checking the effects of the meds 24/7. This whole new way of doing healthcare is sparking a major rethink for the pharma giants.
Personalized medicine instead of blockbuster drugs. Lisa Schmidt is sick. She's been taking blood pressure medication for years, to little effect. The drugs were developed by big pharmaceutical companies and tested mainly on men. Their mass-produced medicines are marketed to achieve maximum sales, despite often only helping half of the patients in question. It typically costs $800 million to develop a new drug. A blockbuster drug needs to earn over $1 billion to make it worthwhile. But the days of standardized medication are numbered. Personalized medicine is starting to take off. Lisa's personal genetic profile can now be decoded in 25 hours for a few $1,000s. In the US, companies are using the data to forecast future ailments, with millions signing up. Medical tech firms use X-rays, tissue samples, blood cells and pathogens to develop an individual health profile, including of the microbiome. The hope is that will allow them to identify the drugs and therapies that are more likely to work. Those firms are also looking into the benefits of artificial intelligence. A digital plastic person could finally provide her with a cure. But who has access to all the data that she's giving away? The doctor, obviously, but now a growing number of companies are also offering these services. Established pharmaceutical firms are also having to rethink. Instead of just producing tablets for the masses, they now need to think in smaller numbers, bringing together diagnoses, research and treatment options to become service providers for patients like Lisa.
Here's something else you can thank modern healthcare for. Because of prenatal diagnoses, fewer people are being born with disabilities. Sounds like great news. But this next guy has mixed feelings. Timo Oelschläger was born with spina bifida. He wants to see inclusion rather than selection. Let's hear what he has to say.
I once asked my mother what would have happened had she known about my disability and whether she might have had an abortion. She started crying. Soon after I was born, it was clear that I had a neural tube defect, what's called spina bifida. That meant I had various difficulties, especially when it came to walking. Another common symptom with spina bifida is hydrocephalus, which is a condition where cerebrospinal fluid can't drain properly from the brain. Shortly after I was born, I had a shunt implanted. It drains that fluid through a catheter into my abdomen. Soon after that, doctors told my mother that I probably wouldn't survive to adulthood. Today we know that those kinds of predictions were completely off base. Of course, the doctors were wrong, and it caused us a great deal of fear and stress. On the whole, I don't want to demonize prenatal diagnostics. It can be helpful. For example, it can help couples who are having a baby know what to expect. But I don't believe it should result in what I would consider hasty or unnecessary abortions. Fewer people with disabilities would have all sorts of consequences for our healthcare system. Insurance providers would say they could save lots of money if fewer people had special needs. But medical care is always getting better, which will also lessen the impact of a disability. The idea of a society full of designer babies is something that does concern me, that I do find disturbing. I don't believe it would be good for society if all the differences among us were erased. For me, that also means that people with disabilities are an important part of our society. They're part of the diversity our society depends on.
Well, these ethical questions become even more important as the digitization of medicine gains traction. As we mentioned, the big internet companies also want to play ball, like Amazon. But whether or not they're in for healthy profits, what digitization is doing is helping put patients in charge of their own healthcare. Here's how it's democratizing medicine.
Suraj Gurjar from India is one of 7 million users of Ada, an app he consults whenever he feels ill. First, he types his symptoms on his phone. Then the program asks him a series of questions, similar to a doctor. When did the symptoms first emerge, for example? A couple of minutes later, he's presented with what the system considers to be the most likely diagnosis.
Ada uses a lot of technical terms when describing the symptoms. The medical language is often difficult to understand.
Every 3 seconds, the app generates a possible diagnosis for a patient somewhere in the world. It's especially popular in countries where seeing a doctor is expensive or where healthcare services are poor. Daniel Natrat is the CEO of the company behind Ada, a startup based in Berlin.
Firstly, we never claim that Ada provides the right diagnosis. That is always the doctor's prerogative. We make that very clear in the app. We never tell the patient that we're providing a 100% diagnosis based on 20 questions.
150 people work for Ada Health, including 40 doctors. The company also works with health insurance companies. They can make considerable savings if the app diagnoses one of 7,000 rare diseases, for example.
This is an area where the advantage of technology over doctors who work alone is particularly apparent. Depending on the study you look at, it takes on average between 5 and 8.5 years to get the right diagnosis for someone unlucky enough to contract a rare disease.
But Suraj Gurjar is worried that the app may cause some people to not see a doctor at all, to try to save money.
One problem is that poor illiterate people might take the diagnosis provided by the software as definitive, and they might start using medication it recommends. Sometimes this could be harmful.
Suraj Gurjar doesn't want to take any chances. And, as recommended by the app, he goes to see a doctor about his permanently blocked nose.
As we know that most of the Indians in our country, they are quite ignorant. They are going to the medical shop just purchasing 1 tablet or 2 tablets. But I think with this help, with the use of this software, person can immediately can come up with this, that he must consult to the specialist doctor.
Both the doctor and the app diagnosed inflammation of the mucous membranes. Nothing urgent and easy enough to treat. Suraj Gurjar says the app does come up with reliable results. Use of the app looks set to increase.
What Google is for general information, we want to be for people seeking medical information. Hopefully, we'll eventually be helping 1 billion people to have a better understanding of the state of their health.
Suraj Gurjar says he's happy to consult the app for himself. But when it comes to his young daughter Gudu, he would definitely go straight to see a doctor in person.
Artificial intelligence as another diagnostic tool. In fact, today Google can identify a flu outbreak faster than the health authorities, just by analyzing the search terms that you use. But a former data protection official has told MAID that data protection has not been a priority in digital medicine. That's a huge worry in a business that relies 100% on doctor-patient confidentiality. The risks of a new industry that's moving ahead at light speed.
Doctor-patient confidentiality means nothing to them. They just want to make as much money as possible with the data.
Thilo Weichert advises the European Parliament and other organizations about data privacy in digital healthcare. Digitalization has a lot of potential, so why not just ignore data protection so that we can make that big step forward?
You can do a lot of useful things with data, of course, but data can also be used in harmful ways. For example, you can bring people into disrepute, leaving them stripped and exposed.
Health data is especially sensitive. Data privacy activists insist it should only be sent to third parties with the express agreement of the patient. Is that realistic?
We're now seeing internet companies entering the healthcare sector, especially in the US. That does concern me. They have no concept of doctor-patient confidentiality. They have one goal: to use the data to make as much money as possible. The inevitable result is that we're being reduced to what you might call data objects.
In Germany, regulators can't always monitor doctors or lawyers for data protection compliance. That increases the risk that data might be passed on illegally for financial gain.
A doctor or a lawyer might claim patient confidentiality or client confidentiality. Then regulators can't ensure that data privacy protections are upheld. This is completely illegal under both EU law and the German Constitution. But thanks to lobbyists, this has now been incorporated into law. This has an impact on digitalization in healthcare.
The digital healthcare sector is making increased use of genetic data. This could lead to breakthroughs in the treatment of cancer and dementia. But it also poses risks.
The worst scenario I can imagine is if it became mandatory to assemble a comprehensive record of everyone's genetic data. Our genetic disposition has a massive impact on our health. We might see our society making decisions about people on the basis of their genetic disposition. Then you'd see things like, we don't want them. They get no money, they get no insurance. Certain people would be seen as a threat, and people with good genes would get preferential treatment.
Despite these risks, Thilo Weichert is convinced that we have the capacity to protect the data privacy of ordinary citizens. But what's missing is the political will.
Germans are wary about anything involving data privacy, but Israel has been collecting patient data for decades. Tech startups use the medical records to develop algorithms and their businesses. So far, there's been little pushback. On the contrary, Israel wants to become a world leader in digital medicine. It's already reputed to be one of the most innovative countries in this sector. Let's take a look.
Israeli companies are usually good at bringing a new, fresh angle to solving an existing problem. So in healthcare, that's where we expect Israeli startups to shine.
With a population of around 9 million, Israel is a small country, but it's looking for a large piece of what's set to be a large pie, the digital health market. For 20 years, the Israeli health system has been gathering the medical data of more or less the whole population. A database like this exists only in Israel and serves as an ideal basis for the development of deep learning algorithms that could potentially save lives. Eyal Gura was among the pioneers of this development. He co-founded Zebra Medical Vision in 2014. The company was granted access to the data of Israel's main health organization to optimize patient care.
It's integrated care providers data, meaning we know the outcome and what happened with all those patients. And this data set can create many, many different tools to automate and help radiologists do as much of their day-to-day quickly and more efficiently.
Zebra's analytics tools are already in use. Eyal Gura and his head of AI are overseeing their introduction in hospitals. The technology reduces the time it takes radiologists to recognize acute symptoms by 80%. With a brain hemorrhage, for example, that could make a crucial difference. Zebra is also collaborating with Google. Scans can be uploaded to the Google Cloud and analyzed. Many hospitals still hesitate to upload sensitive data to the cloud. But Eyal Gura says it's safer there than on a hospital server, and that the data Zebra works with is all completely anonymous. He worries that privacy concerns are delaying progress.
Millions of patients will be saved in China due to AI and before they are being saved in Europe and the US. So there is quite of a balance nations and citizens need to consider around impact on patients' lives versus perceived privacy risks.
Israel's government is now having a range of data collected on what will be one digital platform. It'll be the world's largest database of medical data and will eventually be made accessible to startups. In terms of digital health, the country is dreaming big. Entrepreneur Yair Schindel invests mainly in health tech startups.
Part of what we need to do as investors is to connect and build bridges between the Israeli entrepreneurs and the world out there. The market here is tiny. This bridge building between Israel and the world is what really grounds the Israeli entrepreneurs.
As for fears of a healthcare data breach, this investor says such concerns are typically European.
The population here is a little bit less risk averse. We're used to living in an environment when risk is part of the equation and we constantly balance between risk and reward.
Lee Segal is co-founder of the startup Day2 and has identified personalized nutrition as a major trend. The company provides customers with personalized health solutions based on their gut microbiome. Its methodology could revolutionize diabetes treatment. So how come Israel has become such a hub of visionary ideas?
It's because we're in survival mode all the time. We need to be able to find the creative solutions to move forward. We're not about organization and getting multi-billion-dollar companies up and running smoothly and scale. But we do know how to innovate.
Another factor is that in Israeli business culture, failure is seen as healthy. If an idea doesn't work out, it's always worth trying again.
Nice to see you again here on MADE, and make sure you keep up on the leaps and bounds being made in the business of digital medicine. It's all about your health at the end of the day. Hope to see you again soon.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on MADE, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich drin machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste war.
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so das
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst,
You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
es ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not
immer
everybody
dann
can
halt
get
so
a
einen
lamb
Lamm
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so.
That's true, but that's what makes it special. And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
We still need to get rid of the guts. Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes! About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
How about a sausage for starters?
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things, because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this, and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious flight academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first, or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you?
Erika!
What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes. I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos. The team was started by Olalekan 6 years ago. He tried to get a job but could not, so he tried his hands on comedy, football, skating, before he settled into cycling, training young boys and building a team.
I actually started from my family house, family compound back then, in about 6 years ago. That's in Bariga. So I started riding it because I couldn't gain admission. So the bike has taken me to a lot of places. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this unicycling of a thing. When I was doing it alone then, you know, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then, so I found out that it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18.
I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. We go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different types. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we used to do all this unicycle, so our coach used to feed us.
Starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they are like, I would rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. Now, what was it used for? What was this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview. And like, wow, I want to be my child. I want to be my daughter. This year so far we've had about 3 shows now. The 4th one is coming up in Ibadan. Yeah, Bengade in Calaf Matters. When I take them out, they get paid. Like, take this 2K, that was the beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure? So you know, if the money comes. So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing, if they bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, it should not break leg, it should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, it go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this team money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare bottle, I can tell that we really have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injuries or anything.
My parents told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said like, yes.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
for a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lekon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists.
Currently, I think we have a space issue. Like, we need a proper academy. We need funds. Like, we need help with their school as well and other kits. 2 plots of land will be fine for now. Like, so I'm thinking of buying property in Bariga, which I started from. So I feel like building it there. There is no Western African unicycling competition. There is World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like, for example, in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. But here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
We hope all his dreams come true.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. For me, it's a privilege to be in the presence of my guest. He is an icon in engineering and broadcasting and public service in Nigeria. Pioneer, Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority.
Engineer Vincent Maduka, also named Ifeanyi Chukwu, which means glory to God, was born in the Ekpetado area of Lagos on the 5th of October 1935. He is from Delta State. He attended the Lagos Government School and won a full scholarship to King's College Lagos in 1949. He graduated with a BSc Honours in Electrical Engineering from the University of Leeds, England in 1959, and also received the MENG-SC degree in Applied Acoustics from the University College of Dublin, UCD, Ireland, in 1969. He undertook a graduate apprenticeship with the renowned radio company Marconi Co. Limited in the UK and joined the Western Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, Ibadan, as a broadcast engineer in 1961. He spent a short time at the Irish National Television Organisation, Dublin, in 1968 to 1969, and on return to Ibadan in 1969, he was promoted Chief Engineer. He was appointed General Manager, Chief Executive Officer there in 1973.
Welcome to this program, sir, Engineer Vincent Maduka.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for granting us some time of your very busy schedule.
Right. Well, the easiest answer would be that I enjoyed physics, chemistry, and mathematics. All right. But I also enjoyed English literature. It was European history I was taught, which I enjoyed. But more importantly, to answer your question, was that if I undertook engineering at degree level, I would get a scholarship.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. That was one. Two, there was no engineering school in Nigeria that awarded a degree.
At that time.
So I would go abroad to study. And these were two great attractions. And three, there was a job waiting.
Oh, there was a job waiting once you finished.
Yes. Because in fact, our career, the private sector at that time couldn't afford to hire university graduates. So some very bright ones, people who went into the private sector, even left at intermediate, taken out of the, unless of course it was in law or medicine.
Medicine, yes.
And for law and medicine, there were no scholarships.
Oh, there were no scholarships?
No. You paid your way because the pay, your salary was going to be so good that everybody would line up wanting to do those two courses. So more than that, I was finishing a 2-year mandatory apprenticeship. In fact, with Marconi, a foremost radio company.
The company, yes.
Exactly. And at the end of 2 years, I was considering an offer from them or any other electronic company in the UK. And then a letter comes to me saying, I am a Western Region scholar. I am bonded to work for the Western Region for 5 months, for 5 years.
For 5 years.
I must come and take a job in October 1961.
So no choice.
I had no choice.
So you had to come.
So I had to come. The pay in Nigeria was much higher than anything I was being offered.
Are you?
Pound for pound. And it was, you were an oppressor in Nigeria without pay. Even with the UK pay, I would be an oppressor in Nigeria, not to mention a pay that was 50% higher in Nigeria
than the UK pay. Oh, so the motivation was there for you to come back?
Motivation was there for me to come back, clearly, yes. When I came back, this is to make the mouth of those who didn't have that advantage, water.
Water.
Yes. I was being offered £600.
Yes.
After 2 years of graduate apprenticeship in the UK. I was being directed to come and take the job, which in the public service was £972 per annum.
That was almost £1,000 then.
More.
Yes.
No. £600. Oh yes, nearly £1,000.
Nearly £1,000.
Yes. Then of course in Nigeria, you had a car loan straight away. I shared a flat with a Ghanaian in Chelmsford, and if I went out to London to work, I couldn't afford a whole flat, I don't think. But anyway, the conditions were far better. But that's also because we were privileged people at that time. I mean, I arrived in Ibadan, car dealers, brand new cars, I'm not talking of used cars, were sending me catalogs. I had a driver, all within 2-3 months of taking on a new job.
Home and taking up that job.
So, but I had to work for 5 years
on bond.
On the bond.
Because of the scholarship.
I had enjoyed, yes.
Okay, but while serving that bond out, what was your experience like?
It was completely open-ended for me. As long as I remained there, I think my bond would have expired in 1966.
Yes.
By that time, I'd had at least one promotion from 900 or whatever pounds to 1860.
That's like double.
Yes. By 1967, 68.
Okay. Wow.
Yes. By 67.
67.
I think by 67.
That was still within your bond period.
Yeah, period. So the opportunities were very were ample in those days.
Yes.
But as I said, things were different. When I gained admission into my secondary school, only 25 kids were taken in the whole country.
Into King's College?
Yes. It was a national entrance exam. Only 25 who were admitted.
But the population was low then?
Population was low, but not less than, I don't think we were fewer than 40 million, 30 odd million.
Yes.
Yes.
But then these days were in the hundreds of millions.
Well, Lagos today is 20 million.
Yes, or a little above.
Or a little above.
Yes.
Yes. So it was, we were a small minority, highly privileged, because we were moving into the shoes of the colonial officials. There's no reason why anybody would expect that situation to go on.
Forever.
But you would have planned for a proper growth pattern.
Yes, but in the course of your career,
yes,
you served in the regional and the federal public services.
Yes.
Would you want to share with us any major differences between the two, or were they similar?
Certainly not in my own experience.
Okay.
They were very different, very different.
In what ways?
First, when I started, it was a political system in place.
That as in a civilian system?
It was civilian.
Okay, sir.
Civilian, rather.
Yes.
In 61, I think Akintola was governor of,
was
the premier,
yes.
Premier of the Western region, the entire region,
yes,
so rather. And WNTV suffered a lot for it.
That's short.
Yes, because given the schism within the party,
yes,
there were shifting alliances.
Yes.
And if you are chairman of a board because you were on this side and
that side loses,
then you're out and another chairman
comes in.
So even the general management was the CEO was invariably from the civil service. And they couldn't run a business, they couldn't run broadcasting anyway. And so it was a very unstable situation until the coup of 1966, when we then had a military governor. All right? And comparatively, I mean, it was far, far better and stable environment in the broadcasting house.
Okay.
When we had Emilio Fajui.
Fajui,
yes. Well, he was killed in no time at all and replaced with Adebayo.
Adebayo, yes.
Yes. Who was a fine gentleman, and we had no difficulties. I'm trying to compare now at that level, because that's where things trickle down from.
Exactly.
You had a governor who wasn't interfering at all with the running of the station. In fact, I'll make a little joke or issue.
Yes.
He came to do a broadcast once.
Okay.
Beforehand, he had asked for all the questions that were going to ask him.
Yes.
And obviously, between him and the civil servants, they rehearsed the answers. So Yomami was sounding very sharp, and then our bright interviewer, Kunle Adeleke, did a follow-up question on what he had just answered. And the man was obviously flustered. So he turned around, his officials were around the street. He said, "What number is that?" Because he had all been, and they couldn't see where that question came from. So, but we are afraid that a head will roll after.
I was going to ask.
Within this region.
Yes.
I then moved to federal.
Yeah, okay.
Even the procedure getting the job as DG in Federal, which I had opposed the takeover of regional TV stations by the federal government. So I was surprised that I was even being considered for the job of DG.
And pioneer at that.
Pioneer DG. I mean, it was a list of my ambitions.
Probably somebody thought, okay, you are opposed to it, come and do it.
There was somebody else they had in mind.
Okay.
At the federal level.
Okay.
Who then turned it down and said, look, I know this chap, give it to him. And because they respected his opinion, they didn't know the military premier and all that. Once the military, they beg for the civilian premier. Once the military came in, remarkably, they didn't care about appearing on TV. Remarkably. But at federal level, they seemed to.
Yes.
And I was not used to
that.
No. And so I got in trouble.
Oh, no. Maybe we'll talk about that trouble soon. Now, you know, the leadership in the public service under the military and the civilians, how would you describe it?
Well, for me, at the time I went over to a federal job, military, it was after the Civil War. Well, during and after the Civil War.
Okay.
I mean, I went to NTA in 77.
Okay.
And the military war, the civilian, the Civil War had ended the whole 7 years.
Yes.
All right. The military had been in government since 66.
66, 67, yes.
So they were completely, I mean, it was as if we never have anything but a military system by the time I got to the federal.
Exactly.
Yes. And they were very sensitive about broadcasts and what you said and how you said it, which I didn't have at all as a problem in WNTV.
Okay. In those days that government used to change at...
no, that was civilian.
No, broadcasting house.
Yes.
Like whenever there was a coup.
Yes. Government changed.
Yes.
But I really never... There was, all right, 65.
Yes.
Was it 65?
That was the change.
When...
in 65, I was just 3 years old.
75.
75.
Yes. When there was a change, Muritala became...
That was 76.
When was he killed?
No, 76 it was killed. 75 it was.
75.
It was 75, yes. When Gowon went to Addis Ababa and all that, yes.
And the federal government was a bit nervy, I think.
Yes.
A new governor was sent to the West.
Yes.
And he started a purge system. Because even at federal level, there was a purge of civil servants. And on 4 o'clock radio, the entire family must listen. Because maybe
don't know who is still there.
Yes. So I had a case where I was being removed.
Oh.
I was on training abroad. And I had word that I was being removed. I should come back home. So I said, no. If I come back home to see myself removed, no, they can remove me when I come back home. I know I've been removed. And anyway.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a break now. Yes. My guest is Engineer Vincent Maduka, who will be back shortly. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. Engineer Vincent Maduka is my guest. Sir, you refuse to come back home. You
I'll finish
the training first.
Yes, I'll come. When I came back, there was rumor that I had been removed.
But you were not removed.
No. It was an amazing experience for me and everybody. I wasn't the only one that new governor. He was a naval officer. He came and he was just kicking people around. From what I gather, he had friends who told him, because he didn't live even in the West. In the West.
Yes.
When he came, his friends, I think they say, were telling him that man there, he has to go, that one has to go, And he was just going by what his friends were telling him. That's what I was told. Okay. So I arrived, and I think the week I arrived, he was replaced.
Oh, no.
And the new governor actually came to WNTV and dragged me to my office. I wasn't in my office when he came, took me to my office and interviewed me. Asked me, where did you get this? I said, I met it here. What about that? I met it here, my predecessor, and so on. He said, well, they told me that you've been spending the company's money and doing all sorts of things. No. Not one thing has been changed since I took over in 73. This was 75. 3 years. So he said the idea was that I was to be sacked.
Wow.
And he thought he better chat with this man first. That's how my job was saved. Now, the more usual thing was that you were sacked, and that was it. 4 o'clock news in those days, you were told that you heard that you have been sacked.
And that's it.
And that was it.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So I think I was lucky there. Then I went to Federal, and I was also told by that the head of state was about to sack me because they were not sure I was loyal to the federal government. The kind of broadcasts we were making, news, we were not behaving as if we belonged to the federal government. I said, you own us, but we are running things for you. When eventually I was summoned by the head of state, say, I want to sack you. These were the things I'm told you've done. So I was given a chance, and that was sheer luck, because they could have sacked you, and there was nothing you could do about it. And they sacked many people.
So quite a lot of mistakes were made during that period.
Yes, it was very, highly personalized.
Yeah, but in terms of functions, there was not much intrusion into your day-to-day running?
You knew how to behave, and if you didn't behave like that,
you knew what to
you might be in trouble. And I was summoned by the head of state, who said to me that he was on the point of sacking me. Then he just thought, why not talk to him?
Okay.
He said I was not patriotic enough because I was not singing the praise of Nigeria. I'm not a journalist, but I told the journalist, I said, you can't write like that. How does it sound to you? Then the one that said that I was not a patriotic Nigerian. There were a number of things he said.
And they're all in your book. You call the book Real Life.
Yes.
Real Life.
Yes.
Real, I believe, is from the reel to reel of those.
Exactly.
Those days. So it's like it's a catalogue of what happened
during
your career.
Yes, exactly. Of my career managing 2 public service television organizations.
Yes. That was quite some experience for you.
It was. I enjoyed it, like all broadcasters do their careers. It's a family, it's a life, a way of life.
Yes, it is.
Yes. And you don't want to walk out of it easily.
And you've been retired for so many years.
I've been retired probably nearly as long as I had worked.
And you're still a distinguished leader.
It's my first love.
In the family. In the family of broadcasting.
Broadcasting is my first love.
So you can't ever give it up.
I doubt if I can.
You can't. No. Because this book, for instance, now, many of us are going to read it.
Yes.
And we'll be reaching out, okay, you said this over there. Okay, let's get some further clarifications and probably ask you to do a follow-up. Like read maybe a second volume or something like that.
If you know how long it took me to do this one, you know that it will not be possible. Unless, of course, I've gained such experience that I can do it in a shorter time.
Well, maybe we'll use technology now. Because I want to talk about technology, for instance. Technology has been very impactful in the development of broadcasting in the world generally, but let's bring it home to Nigeria. You worked both in the period when there was regulation and the period when it was deregulated. By that, I don't mean you were full.
Yes.
I mean that you have seen it happen.
Yes.
What do you think of the deregulated broadcast environment in Nigeria?
It's a democratization of broadcasting.
Yes.
In 1953.
Yes.
Tony Nahoro of the Action Group moved a motion for self-government for Nigeria now.
Yes.
1953.
Yes.
And it led to a crisis. Basically, the northern politicians said they were not ready for self-government, and there was a general split.
Yes.
And a lot of turmoil. And the colonial governor, don't want to guess any name in case I'm wrong, but I think it was Macpherson or somebody,
yes, sir.
went on Radio Nigeria, which was Federal Radio Corporation, I think it was already Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria.
Yeah, it was then.
Yeah, or Radio NBS or whatever.
Yes.
And criticized Chief Awolowo for the criticism and the political crisis that arose from that. Whereupon Chief Awolowo asked for a right of reply. And there was only one radio, and it was Federal Radio.
Yes.
And he was refused that right of reply. So a debate started as to why the federal government could have the monopoly of the airwaves.
Of the airwaves.
The subsequent constitutional conference, again, I'm not guessing whether it was maybe 56 or...
I think that was 56.
56.
Yes.
Then allowed regions
to
have broadcasting powers, which the federal government was enjoying. Whereupon the Western region went straight away and started a TV station.
Oh, not even a radio?
No.
I thought they started both together.
So that's why the station is called WNTV.
Yes.
WNBS.
And then WNBS. That means that came later.
So WNTV was the first station.
Yes.
First operation, October 1,
yes.
1960.
Was it 60, 58?
59.
59.
59.
Okay, yes.
Independence was 60.
It was 60, yes.
And WNTV was a year before independence.
Before independence,
yes.
Okay.
So that was first in Africa.
Yes.
6 months after the radio service
so then
came
it became
along,
WNTV,
WNBS.
Yes.
All right. About the same time, Eastern Nigeria came on air. Eastern Nigeria Television, ENTV.
ENTV, yes.
So that was the kind of competition you
That
had.
was.
And I think by maybe 62 or thereabouts,
Yes.
Radio Kaduna Television,
Came on.
RKTV,
Yes.
came on with both radio and TV at the same time. And then the Federal TV was later. I think they came in
later.
1962.
Yes.
Under, I think, Babangida's
Babangida, yes, it was Babangida that did
Constitution.
that, yes.
Anybody could set up a radio station, provided he had a license granted by the president.
Yes.
Now, it was a bit too heavy that a license would be granted by the president, because that made it discretionary. I mean, I applied for a license, for instance.
Yes.
Never got it.
Yeah, many of us.
But not because they didn't like me.
Yeah.
I had stupidly with my colleagues, including Christopher Kolade, the today's grandfather of broadcast.
Yes, yes.
And Teju Yeleye,
Yes.
my predecessor at Ibadan,
yes,
my
sir.
mentor.
Yes, sir.
3 of us, and a journalist, a reputed journalist, Richard Ikebe.
Richard Ikebe, yes, sir.
Richard Ikebe.
Yes.
Went to Obafemi, what was his name now?
Babangida?
No, to Obasanjo.
Okay, General Obasanjo, yes.
And asked him to come and be our chairman.
Chairman, ooh. It was a powerful board.
It was a powerful board. And we were laughing. I mean, you couldn't beat us.
Yes.
But then Babangida was to approve in person.
Yes.
In the meantime, General Obasanjo, having stepped down from being head of state, was criticizing Babangida's administration, that he didn't have a face of pity in his austerity.
Yes.
He said he should put a human face to his
the
authority,
yes.
Austerity
yes.
at the time. And he was a great, Obasanjo was a great champion of that.
Of that, yes.
Human face. And then he then applied for a license.
Yeah.
And of course, the then head of state, Babangida, said, you don't have a radio or TV license. You're criticizing me. What will you do when you have one?
So the rest is history.
It's history.
Wow.
There's technological deregulation now.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody
can
run a TV station from
your phone,
telephone,
from your home.
Practically.
Yes.
I say practically
via the internet.
Yes, via the internet.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the freedom, the capacity to do that, doesn't it seem like it's eroding the golden rules and tenets of broadcasting and how to conduct the business?
Yes, just as it's eroding it.
Yes.
So it's 2 days ahead to set up your antenna for microwave delivery to the end station. If you're doing it from a football match, you didn't have enough resources to have a permanent outside broadcast set up in the stadium. So you took your stuff back and setting it up and aligning.
Aligning for line of sight.
Oh, exactly. Yes. So it was, today you just go on your data and you're broadcasting to the world, practically.
Send through YouTube or Facebook or any other book.
Exactly, any other book. So technology has liberalized broadcasting. You don't need an elaborate building. Look at, I'm sure whatever you are doing here cannot be any less than what they were doing at Victoria Island, Ahmadu Bello Way, NTA Channel 10.
It's the same.
Big grounds, I don't know how many hundreds of people working there.
Yeah.
In 1986, at NTA, when I was DG, there were 7,000 employees all over the country,
All over the country?
Yes, 7,000.
That's a lot.
Hell of a lot of people.
The professionalism expected in the content, the balance expected seems not to be there.
Well, this is more an ethical matter than one of measurement of success. In media, success tends to be measured in the quantity of recipients.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. In commercial broadcasting, that fetches you more money. If your station is popular with people with buying power, then you get adverts and you make more money. Right? In the public sector, or from the public service point of view, if you are touching more lives and more souls and more minds, that is a measure of your success. And it was called broadcasting.
Yes.
Now, what are you doing? Narrowcasting.
Narrowcasting,
yes. Even Lagos, I had only one TV station in the past. When we are moving to 2 stations, it was doubling the entire thing.
But now,
today,
in the Lagos area alone, I think we have more than 32 radio stations.
All right.
And not less than 12 or 13 television stations. Yes. So it's still broadcasting, but they're
narrowcasting.
Narrowcasting to select audience
you have to
groups
choose
and all
your
that,
audience,
and specialize in reaching them.
Yes.
But you didn't have the luxury of that specialization as DG NTA. But what you did have was that generations, including myself, grew up being influenced by content that was developed or produced under your direct supervision. But was there any time that your content rubbed off the powers that be?
Oh, yes.
Wrongly?
Oh, yes.
Would you like to cite an instance?
All right. Like, I was charged with disloyalty to the presidency.
Wow.
And what was the real charge? I was not showing the president often enough on television. Not that I was showing him in bad light.
Yeah, just
not often enough.
He should have been portrayed more. Yeah. How was that resolved?
Well, when I heard that there was trouble coming, I went up to him because a lot of these problems are created by
people, hangers on.
Hangers on.
Yes.
So I went up to him and I said, if we don't show you all the time, it's not because we don't love you. But the real example I gave him was, if we showed you so often that people, as soon as you appear, they say, let me know when
when he's off.
Let me go and use the toilet quickly.
Yes.
When he's over, call me.
Call me.
I said, you really, that's not what we want to do for you. He happened to be a president who you couldn't read his emotions from his face. So whether he agreed with me or not, he didn't show. The same thing had happened with the military head of state, Obasanjo.
Oh.
But he comes fighting.
Yes.
When he summoned me, because he was fed up with me, he said, I got in front of him, and he had a list of charges against me, written down, notes.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was taking them one after the other. And we were going through them. And he said, you told your people not to put me on TV. And I was looking at him. He said, yes, talk. I said, well? He said, what do you mean, well? I said, I didn't say they shouldn't put you on TV. I just said, you shouldn't be put on TV just so that to say that we have a head of state. I said, we put you on TV because you are doing something presidential.
Yes.
You're doing something that calls for it. But by the time little children and housewives, and I'm not putting them down, begin to say, that man, let me go and
do something else
quickly before you get into serious business.
Yeah.
I said, that means that that's not what they told him. I said, well, I wasn't there when they were telling me.
They were telling you.
Yeah. But I repeated the thing. He left in 79.
Yes.
And the civilian that succeeded him, I was already hearing rumors like this, that his courtiers were already saying, that television man, he doesn't show respect. And I went to him. He hadn't accused me. And I told him what we were trying to do, why we didn't show him. No, that was 79. Well, I lasted another 3 years. He fired me. I was removed.
Oh, no.
Yes.
But the tenure of service or of a job in the public sector seems to be better guaranteed than in the private sector. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Especially in broadcasting.
Yes, because it seems to be better guaranteed in the private sector.
No.
In the public
sector.
I'll be surprised. Private sector, you have a target.
Yes.
Returns.
Yes.
Money.
Yes.
Now, if you can't deliver the money, you failed. Public sector, you don't have a brief. And because you don't have a brief, many people make a brief for themselves. Make the boss happy by showing him or by saying nice things about him or to him. Yes. And singing his praise. Yes. The same military head of state, General Obasanjo, when he called me and we had this chat, he said a West African head of state visited him in Nigeria. And Nigerian press and were blasting the man. I think either Togo or Benin, I don't remember. They were abusing him like they do. And the man got to General Obasanjo. I said, what the hell is going on in your country? He said, is that how they treat a visiting head of state? Obasanjo said, what? He said, your newspapers are radio stations, they're abusing me. He said, oh, they abuse me too. I said, he doesn't understand. That in his country, if his picture appears on TV, everybody, if you're in your house, you get up. Yes. And the head of state is on air.
Whoa.
Yes.
He said that?
Yes. At that time, yes.
That means we're different.
Far better.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a break now, sir. We'll come back very soon. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still a conversation with Engineer Vincent Maduka. Sir, it's really kind of you to afford me this opportunity. You are an elder statesman. Yes, you are.
Elderly man?
No, sir. You're an elder statesman. You see, not many people have had the kind of experience you've had. You worked in the public service all your life. When they were to start the Nigerian Communications Commission, you served as consultant and CEO. You have contributed. So you are an elder statesman. You may not have been a politician before, and you may not be a politician right now.
Okay.
But your service in the...
I feel sad.
Yeah.
But then you must try and explain what your eyes are seeing. And see whether your analysis leads to a solution. And you can be sad, and then what? The main issue is we're not doing well.
Yeah.
Can we do better? Properly, the answer is yes. What are we not doing right? How do we do it right? And those are the difficult ones. How would we like Nigeria to be? That's easy. There are examples everywhere. You can't say you want to be like the UK, for instance. They've been at this game for a long time.
Very long.
You can say you want to be like Malaysia or like Hong Kong.
Yes.
You may not have exactly the same background or the same DNA as them, but you can see where they are coming from within your lifetime and where they are now.
Yeah.
So we can see what we would like to be. But how can we get there? Did we miss the road, as we say, somewhere? Or are we still on the right path, in which case it's only a matter of time? Now, I can't answer all those questions easily. I can say that as two nations under external forces, Nigeria and say Malaysia, Nigeria and Singapore were at par. Beyond that, racially we are different.
Yes.
If you take the Singaporeans, they are largely Chinese and Indians.
Yes.
Those two kinds of people had writings before the current European civilization.
Yeah.
If we had, it was not so widespread.
Yes.
So perhaps we have some catching up to do compared to those people.
Yes.
But we can see what they've done. And we know that everything they've done is within our capacity. But each of us can't get up and start to do those things. We have to be organized as a body. And if we don't want to be organized externally, we have to be organized internally.
Yes.
Now, who is going to do it? That man is called a leader. A lot of people say, oh, followership matters. There are theories of leadership, and I was privileged to teach leadership at some point at university level. It's the leader that decides really how the followers are going to behave.
Yes.
A good leader is going to bring him a bunch of criminals, theoretically.
Yes.
And he wants to go from point A to point B. And those people are not used to being told what to do. A good leader will get them to go from point A to point B.
Okay.
It may take him a little longer than a bad leader.
Yeah. But sir, the leadership vacuum in Nigeria, is there really a leadership vacuum? Or it's a question of right or wrong?
I have not said there's no leader. I have not said so. But you're not a leader if you're not doing well as a leader. You can't say you're a footballer because you can kick the ball into your own goal. That's why I put in my team.
No.
But you're a footballer and you're a kicker. And if we're not getting the ball in the net, it's because we have not got it right.
Got what right now? The leadership question or the people question?
No.
There's no everything together.
There's no peopleship.
Oh.
A leader takes his people to where they all want to go.
Okay.
Not where he wants to go. Where he and they want to go. They must coincide.
Just get them going.
You have to get them to go the right way, at the right pace, to get to the right place.
Okay. Now, if we...
It will take time. It will take time. But we must see at all times that we are in the right direction.
So, something like the ethics or ethos or morality of public life is not there. It's not like it used to be in your time.
I agree.
If that is not there, what's the hope for the country?
Oh, there are two ways of looking at it. You need somebody who knows, A, where we should be going, B, how we should do it.
Yeah.
He may not be dead certain, but he'll be adjusting as we're going.
Yes.
That's one. Two is, I'm not aware of any society that has really turned around in 8 years. No, so 8 years is not enough for any leader anywhere in the world.
We've been at it for...
Not with one leader.
1999. Oh, you are saying that we need one leader
who knows
the
where
way
we're going and how we can get there. And how to take this bunch of animals and organize them properly so that we can get there.
And then, but when his 8 years finishes,
you should get another man who also knows.
Okay, that's
who
why.
Who knows better now because you've got experience, you yourself choosing. You've got experience from the last experience.
That suggests that there must still be a space for the anointing of successors to political office holders.
Anointing suggests that somebody other than the mass of the people is determining.
Okay.
And if it's a bad man anointing, you can only anoint a bad man.
Okay.
So that's not a solution.
That's not the solution.
It has to be an enlightened people taking a decision. Sometimes they're not taking decision. By enlightenment doesn't mean that they are well trained and skilled. But your pain will teach you how to select somebody who will make you prosper. Okay. The pain you are going through tells you that that's not the man who will get me there.
That's very good, sir. Now, I'm going to ask you this question about our Nigeria. How do we integrate ourselves better? Ethnic groupings and interrelationships and all that. For instance, you said that you went to school overseas on a scholarship from the Western region. And you were bonded. You came, you served, and you even rose to become GM of WNTV. These days, people are saying, no, if you don't speak this language, you can't be here. If you don't do that, you can't be there.
Well, you've chosen the wrong expression. If you don't speak this language, I speak the language.
Oh, no. Okay, no. With you, because you...
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, yes.
You went to King's College, you speak Yoruba.
No, I'm not allowed to speak any other language at King's.
At King's, yes, I know.
Yes. But no, my own is slightly different.
Yes.
I was born in Lagos, here, Ekpetedo. All right? Yeah. Went to primary school in Lagos.
In Lagos.
My first language might not have been exactly Yoruba, but I spoke Yoruba outside. And if I crossed that door, I spoke Igbo.
Igbo.
All right? And then my dad called me Dele, which was my general name. Yeah. If you called me Ifeanyi Chukwu, I knew I was in trouble.
Whoa. That was the code.
So I knew something's gone wrong.
Yes.
All right. So home and outside. But I think we need time.
time.
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, sir.
When I was growing up in the street in Lagos, you see, when you are a successful GM and so you can now talk about when you are growing in the street. Exactly. But if you ended up in the street, you won't talk about it.
That's true, sir.
When I was growing up in the street, we used to call people Kobo Kobo. And that was anybody who was not Hausa and not Yoruba. We didn't know all these other grades.
Yes.
Kobo Kobo comes from Kobo Kobo. And yes. Somebody says it wrongly.
Yes, and it's Kobo Kobo.
Then the other way, Aroke.
Aroke, yes.
All right? You didn't speak Inago.
Yeah.
Inago is Lagos.
It's Lagos.
All these people now claiming that they own Lagos and I lie.
Yes.
All right? They were Arokes.
Yes.
When I was growing up. They all had marks.
Uh-huh.
Aroke. Or they were Ijebus.
Yes.
Huh? And the Ijebus were the ones renting our bicycles for 1 kobo. They were the ones mending bicycles. They were the ones doing blacksmithery, goldsmith. And they were making Owo Ijebu.
Owo Ijebu, yes.
Right?
Manda.
Manda.
Yes.
Okay. So they were not Lagosians. I was a Lagosian.
Born.
Because we were the ones calling other people things.
Yes.
We were the ones calling other people names.
Yes.
Calling Ijebuni, Aroke,
yes.
And so on. All right? That was, let's say that was 80 years ago.
Yes.
I got to Ibadan. After university,
yes.
I was working there. And the Ekiti man was Ekiti. He was not that. He was Ekiti.
Yes.
Ijebu man was Ijebu man.
Yes.
In Ibadan, they used to say to people, Ijebunye abenyon. Ijebunye abenyon. And during the crisis, wet year
crisis,
right?
Yes.
If you didn't answer properly, they might pour petrol on you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, it was as bad as that. So, but now, all those Ijebus and the Arokes, now they are claiming that they are all together in Yoruba. Yoruba is not a Yoruba word.
Yes.
The name Yoruba, when I was broadcasting, we said, Enyara Karo Jire. The word Yoruba was around, but we didn't use it.
Yes.
Because it was not so acceptable.
Okay.
Karo Jire means Ekiti. It's Karo Jire. Ijesha.
Karo Jire.
Oyo.
Yeah.
Ondo.
There's a common greeting amongst them. Yes.
Karo Jire. Yoruba was either Aroke or, well, Yoruba was essentially biblical. I'm not an expert in what I'm talking about, but I'm somebody who experienced it.
It's experiential for you.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yoruba was as written in the Bible, then
in text. Okay.
Yes.
But, sir,
but where is the origin of the word Yoruba?
Exactly.
You're going to find out after this program. I don't know.
I will. No, but you said we need time.
Yes.
What would this time do?
What I'm driving at is that we've come from the time when you said Ijebuni Abenyon to the time that you are now saying that all of you jointly.
Yes.
So you've united.
Yes.
Ijebus at Enyon have united. Huh?
Yeah. Okay, so you believe that at some time,
if there is enough time,
if there's enough time, there's going to be that unity that will bring us all
But
together.
you can hasten it by deliberation.
Okay.
By putting things in place to make it happen. You can. You don't just wait like typical waiting for God.
Waiting for God.
Or Godot.
But God is already here.
God is very busy. He's very busy. And Nigeria is not the only problem. It's the only problem.
At all.
Exactly.
Plenty trouble.
Yes.
Sir, now that you're retired, what's your day like?
In a way, disorganized.
How?
Yes. I mean, I don't wake up. Today I knew I had to come here.
Yes.
Yesterday I said, how am I going? Oh, a lion. What do I want to wear? I don't want to. I can't wear anything formal.
Yes.
So that occupies my mind. Wondering how am I going to? What do I put on?
Yes.
And so on. And then I iron my.
Oh, you iron by yourself?
Yeah.
Because so I'm in good company then.
You do that too.
Oh yes, I do.
I have time, man. And
Nobody
I'm very critical.
can iron for me.
I'm very critical. Exactly. Very critical.
Yes.
Whatever the washerman does, he does his bulk.
Yes.
But sometimes I take out what he has, then I wet it, maybe starch it, and because I have time on my hands.
You get the crease right.
Yeah, I get it.
So what
Then
else do you do
have
on a daily
books,
basis? Yeah.
Books, which I've never finished.
Oh.
I've never I take one, I read part of it, and then when I come back, I can't find it. So I take the next one, and I read. Because the one I was reading, I might have gone downstairs with it and left it downstairs.
Okay.
When I want to get it back, I don't want to go back downstairs, or maybe. So I pick up another
book.
Yes.
And start reading.
Yes, start reading.
The
And so I gave up.
Yeah.
Then I met the founder of the Pan-Atlantic University.
Right.
I've known their organization way back from my Ibadan days. And I found out he was writing 3 books at the same time.
3?
He was a professor, a professor of engineering. He was writing 3 books.
Professor of engineering?
Yes. But none of those 3 was in engineering at the time I'm talking
Okay.
about. I said, how the hell are you? I can't write 1 book, and you are writing 3. And he told me how he organized himself, and he got somebody to dictate to. Dictate to, you go away, do that. Anyway, finally I met my publisher, who began to organize me. And so things started to move very quickly.
And we got here.
Yes.
Real life.
Well, this looks like an ad for me. Which
It is, sir. It is, sir. Ordinarily, I wouldn't do this, but for you, I would do it because you are an icon in our profession. You are a distinguished engineer, a distinguished broadcaster, and you trained many of us. I didn't have the privilege of working directly under you, but I actually was in broadcasting, let me say it proudly, when you were still in broadcasting. So I started in 1980, so 6 years later you were retired.
Yes.
But I still saw and followed stuff you did. More than that, sir, you are an example of a great Nigerian who served his country with all that he's got. So talking about your book is a privilege. And even at the end of the program, we'll put where and how people can buy this book. I'd like to thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming to grace our studios, and I look forward to the next time we'll be with you. Thank you so much, sir.
I feel honored. I've enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Actually, you honored us by coming. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
It's been Timeless Conversations. This week, we had engineer Vincent Maduka. Yes, he told you that Vincent Dele Maduka. Anytime his father said Ifeanyi Chukwu, there was trouble. But there was no trouble because I can't even call him Ifeanyi Chukwu. It's engineer Vincent Maduka as my guest on Timeless Conversations for this edition. We look forward to next time that I'll bring another guest to you. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the News Brief. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. After a 6-hour meeting in Abuja, the federal government and organized labor reached an agreement on Monday that may end the strike over the new minimum wage. The meeting, held in the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, aimed to resolve the impasse and bring an end to the industrial action that had paralyzed various sectors across the country. Representing organized labor were the President of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero, and the President of the Trade Union Congress, Festus Osifo. The labor leaders agreed to immediately hold meetings to consider the new wage offer and assured that no worker would face victimization for participating in the strike. Meanwhile, the federal government will resume talks with organized labor today in a move to finalize the stalled minimum wage negotiations amidst the ongoing nationwide strike that has disrupted activities across the states and the Federal Capital Territory.
Further to the negotiation by the Tripartite Committee on National Minimum Wage and subsequent withdrawal of labor from negotiation, the leadership of the National Assembly intervened on 2nd June 2024. The organized labor declared nationwide strike on Monday, 3rd June 2024, to drive home its demands. The federal government, in the national interest, convened a meeting with labor held in the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation on Monday, 3rd June, with a view to ending the strike. After exhaustive deliberations and engagement by both parties, the following resolutions were reached. The President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is committed to a national minimum wage that is higher than 60,000. Arising from the above, the Tripartite Committee is to meet every day for the next 1 week with a view to arriving at an agreeable national minimum wage. Labor, in deference to the high esteem of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, is committed in paragraph 3 sub 2 above, and takes to convene a meeting of its organs immediately to consider this commitment. And for no worker will be victimized as a result of the industrial action. Down in Abuja on the 3rd of June 2024. And this document is signed for the federal government by the Minister of Information and National Orientation and the Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Employment. For the organized labor, President, Nigeria Labour Congress, President, Trade Union Congress. Let me reassure Nigerians that we have had a very realistic and patriotic meeting, and the results will be very, very manifest soon.
Down tools across the nation as the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC begin their industrial action over the hike in electricity tariff and a lack of consensus on a new minimum wage. While the National Assembly had stepped in at the last minute to avoid the industrial action declared on Friday, the discussions ended in a stalemate, leading to the commencement of the strike. In compliance with the order, some workers in several parts of the country were shut out of their offices. From Rivers State in the South-South region to Kaduna to Nigeria's northwest, the workers' action grounded economic activities. In Kaduna, students of the Kaduna Polytechnic have been locked out of their campus by labor officials in compliance with the nationwide indefinite strike. As early as 7 a.m., union officials stormed the Ogunwan Rimi campus of the school. They drove the students out of the institution and locked the gate. Meanwhile, members of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and Trade Union Congress TUC in Edo State have joined others in observing full compliance with the directives of the leadership of the unions. Some people who spoke noted that they would continue to wait until the next line of directives as offices were seen under lock and key.
Today we have total compliance, acting on the national directives. After today, we'll be waiting again because we are aware that as at yesterday, there was a deadlock. If there is any further directive, it will come from the national. So we want to say very clearly that the action continues until we have a national directing us to end this shutdown.
It's a clear directive from our national to enforce an indefinite strike action until the two major points that has been brought to the table is resolved. What are the points? The first one is that we want a livable minimum wage, which our trade centers have brought before the government. And the second one is the reversal of the hiked electricity tariff.
The state government expressed its reservation about the strike.
Well, that we all now know is that it's a national strike. So it's not just for us alone. Of course, we had hoped that because we had complied, in fact, the governor had on his own, without any prompting by Labour, done what he did to raise the minimum wage to 70,000 naira. We were the first state to do so, and since then, no other state has been able to do that. And then we have further raised the bar now. So we're hoping that since we have done all of that, this strike will not affect us. But it's been explained to us that it's a national strike. But we're hoping that this will be resolved very quickly, so that we can return to our work.
The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC in Ekiti State have followed the directive of the national bodies of the union to embark on an industrial action across the state in Nigeria. Labour leaders in Ekiti State shut down government offices, secretariat and banks and in compliance with the nationwide strike declared by the national body of the union. Meanwhile, it was a drama when NLC and TUC visited the Federal Medical Teaching Hospital in Ido-Ekiti as the chief medical director threatened to sack the members of the union. The organized labor also visited the state secretariat and some banks where they forced out staff who failed to obey the directive.
They are sending us to slave in our own land. They are turning us to slave in our own land. The power of unity is there for us. And that's why we are here. In unity we stand, and division will fall. And we are going to tell whoever that is concerned here that what is going on here is not your own directive. It's the directive from our own national. It's the directive from the state. And it's the directive that we need the minimum wage and it has to be given. And
how much are we clamoring for? How much are we saying? They say the salary cannot take us anywhere. Things are very hard. But this government, these people, these politicians, they are recalcitrant, and we are fed up. So on this issue of this minimum wage, we are resilient, and we are going to follow it to the letter until our demands are met.
We move now to Osun State, where the state workers joined their counterparts across the country to observe the indefinite strike declared by the Nigeria Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress. They were denied entrance into the state government secretariat at Abere by the union leaders who have already converged on the gate of the secretariat as early as 8 o'clock in the morning. National Grid in Osogbo was also shut down as the entire state was in total blackout, and also some commercial banks in the state were under lock and key, leaving their customers stranded. While speaking, Osun State Chairman of Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees, NOLGE, Kehinde Nathaniel, said the amount proposed by the federal government is not acceptable with the current economic situation in the country. Also speaking, Lagos Generation and Transmission Administrative Council Tijani Okunloye lamented that Nigerian workers are now living from hand to mouth as their salary can no longer sustain them as a result of hiking price of goods and services. They vowed to continue the industrial action until federal government accede to their demands.
The minimum wage that we have been using has, I think, has expired since 2019. So I don't see any reason why
we should where the federal government should food drag up to this level before answering the civil servants in Nigeria. And we all know that with the present socio-economic situation in Nigeria, workers in Nigeria are suffering seriously.
It's not only the electricity sector of NSC or TUC that is being directed to withdraw workers. Hospitals as well, they are asked to withdraw their workers, not only the electricity workers. It will affect nearly everybody, even teachers. Teachers they were even directed to withdraw their services. Even you are not supposed to be here because you have been directed to withdraw your own service, because these things will directly or indirectly affect you, and if everything goes well, you will benefit.
In a bid to facilitate a violent-free election, promote peaceful coexistence and strengthen social integration in Nigeria, the Kuka Center and the National Peace Committee, NPC, in collaboration with the Swiss Embassy, has put together a two-day interactive session on election matters for stakeholders in Yenagoa. Stakeholders from security agencies, INEC, religious leaders, the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, NGOs, persons living with disabilities, women groups, journalists and others were part of the program themed From Polls to Peace, Strengthening Social Integration and Peace Initiative in Bayelsa.
What we have done today is that we're actually propelling the ideals of peace building and social cohesion, not just for the political parties and their candidates, but also for youth, for women, persons with disabilities, talking about inclusivity, and also not forgetting religious leaders and traditional rulers because of the moral powers that they really have to ensure that we propel the ideas of peace.
After the elections, there was a lot of mistrust that especially the youth had in trusting the electoral process. And we also saw from research that had impacted the elections in Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo State. So to address these issues, it's important that we come back and sit on the table. Yes, things didn't go the way we want them.
Who have won should also appreciate the fact that it was a contest that anybody could have won. So I advise the candidates who lost in the election to prepare for another opportunity.
The President, Tinubu, has extended his congratulations to the Nigerian Navy on its 68th anniversary, commending it as a capable cornerstone in both the nation as a whole and the maritime environment. Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima, representing the President, conveyed this message during the commencement of the 5th International Maritime Conference and Regional Maritime Exercise 2024, where he inaugurated 3 new ships and 2 helicopters. Additionally, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu-Ogala, the Chief of Naval Staff, addressed the significance of the anniversary.
I, Kashim Shettima, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on this day, 30th of May 2024, hereby declare Nigerian Navy ships Ochuzo, Challawa, Zur, and Nigerian Navy helicopters NN-412, NN-414, commissioned for naval service of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That particularly our former service chiefs, the icons of the Navy, members of Naval Officers' Wives Association, captains of industry, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Regional Maritime Exercise 2024, codenamed Exercise Abo Okun, is the flagship maritime exercise hosted by the Nigerian Navy to commemorate our yearly anniversary celebration. This year, we have 15 ships participating, with 3 from both China, Brazil, and Cameroon, while 12 ships from the Nigerian Navy and 2 helicopters are participating in the exercise. It is pleasing to note that the synergy from international cooperation of this nature has been pivotal in significantly reducing incidences of maritime crimes.
More than 10 exceptional students from the Federal University of Technology Akure Secondary School have received a donation of 10 laptops and other materials through the A Laptop for Every African program, A-LEAP. The A-LEAP is a project initiated by the Blanche Talent Program to provide laptops to talented and ambitious individuals in Africa who lack the necessary tools and resources to enhance their technological skills. During the inaugural event held in Akure, the CEO of Blanche, George Omosun, emphasized that the primary objective is to assist young Africans, starting with Nigeria and Ghana, in gaining access to laptops and mentorship. During a capacity building talk, Omosun urged the students to believe in their dreams as they can achieve all they aspire to be. This support will enable them to be better equipped to seize opportunities in the information age.
I want to give you guys a quick, a little brief fundamental into tech for those of you, again, who are looking at getting into tech and are wondering, okay, this tech thing that I've heard, what are the things I can do, right? I'll try and make it as simple as possible. When I was your age, I didn't have anyone to really break it down, to me like this, but I'll try and make it as simple as possible for you. So in tech, in today's world, there are about 3 things that you might be considering getting into. Core tech, right? I'm not referring to things like graphic designing and all of that, which you need a laptop for. I'm talking about engineering, right? So if you're looking at getting into engineering. So one of the things that you might be considering is called software engineering. Can I hear you say software engineering? Okay, so software engineering has 2 major parts. But first of all, let me describe what it is. Is the ability to build software. What is software? Software are, the mobile apps that we use, the websites. If you have WhatsApp or you've heard of it, Instagram.
There is a need to create space for the younger generation to make a meaningful impact in the overall efforts towards creating awareness about the scourge of cancer and its prevention. The government must therefore provide the youths with the right knowledge and tools so they would be empowered and become proactive health advocates and compassionate individuals in their communities. This was emphasized in Abuja at the inauguration of the Komode Cancer Champions Club in Nigeria secondary schools. Details in this report.
At an elaborate launch of the club in Model Secondary School in Maitama, Abuja, Dr. Dennis Ejo, a renowned cancer survivor and driving force behind the initiative, harped on the importance of early education about cancer and removing the stigma surrounding it.
Whether you are a survivor, a caregiver, or someone who simply wants to make a positive change, there is a place for you in the Komode Cancer Champions Club. Together we learn, we grow, and we take action to make a difference in the life of those affected by cancer. Together we fight, together we win. So, my fellow champions, I will encourage you today to embrace this opportunity with an open heart and open mind. Let us stand together in solidarity, unite against cancer in our commitment to make a difference.
While appreciating this laudable drive, other speakers expressed hope that governments at all levels will collaborate with health professionals, agencies, and stakeholders for the prevention and early detection of cancer and leverage existing health infrastructure to reverse the cases of cancer in the country. They expressed hope that the Cancer Champions Club in schools will offer comprehensive education on cancer and address the disease from its medical aspects to social implications.
As the author of these books, an advocate of cancer awareness, I've seen firsthand and the incredible impact that young people like yourself can have in the fight for cancer. But before we delve into the details, let us share a bit about why this cause is so near and dear to me. You see, I've lost so many good friends to cancer. But when I met my dearest Dr. Dennis, who is living with cancer, he triggered the urge to do something special about it. So I started researching, writing and speaking about cancer awareness, not because it's easy, but because it is very, very necessary.
Over 100 students of Model Secondary School were inducted into the Cancer Champions Club as a pilot to be replicated across the country. Some of the visibly excited cancer champions are determined to take the message of hope to their communities.
I learned
that cancer is the disorder in the cell of the movement of the body, and cancer, like, it helps us with the awareness, and I've learned that cancer is like awareness.
Cancer is a disease that is caused by disorder in the growth or the movement of cells in the body, which is harmful to our health normally. Just anybody that hears of cancer will know that cancer is deadly. But we have learned today that it's deadly, yes, but there's a way we can cure, not ultimately cure, but we can also prevent the spread of cancer.
Anybody in secondary school are starting points, and then we'll build, and from there we'll be able to find out, because we want the children to determine how we build the This is our launching program, and I'm very excited that I did it in this school in Nigeria.
The students-led Cormode Cancer Champions Club will be dedicated to raising awareness and providing support to those affected by the disease, while also empowering students to take responsibility in the immediate communities.
Please stay with us as we take a short commercial break.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Please stay with us as we take a short commercial break. Outside Africa now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu denied on Monday that he had been pressured by his coalition government to reject a ceasefire deal following U.S. President Joe Biden's announcement of a proposed agreement to end the fighting in Gaza. Please stay with us as we take a short commercial break. Outside Africa now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu denied on Monday that he had been pressured by his coalition government to reject a ceasefire deal following U.S. President Joe Biden's announcement of a proposed agreement to end the fighting in Gaza. In business news, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, has extended the production quota of 1.5 million barrels of crude per day for Nigeria to 2025. The Intergovernmental Organization announced the extension at its 37th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting. As part of the resolutions at its last ministerial meeting on November 30, 2023, the oil cartel increased Nigeria's production level to 1.5 million barrels per day for 2024. Earlier, OPEC said Nigeria's production level of 1.5 million barrels per day should be maintained from January 1, 2025 to December 31, 2025. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
In the 12 months since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's inauguration on May 29, 2023, Nigeria has embarked on a transformative journey towards stability, prosperity, and security, guided by the 8-point renewed hope agenda. This milestone is meticulously detailed in the Ministry of Information and National Orientation's report titled 1 Year of the Tinubu Administration, Forging a Safer, Stronger, and More Prosperous Nigeria. Highlighting the significant strides made under President Tinubu's stewardship to address critical national challenges and implement comprehensive policies aimed at fostering national growth and development. Despite economic challenges marked by turmoil and unemployment, the administration's decisive economic reforms have stabilized the economy and ignited growth. A pivotal move was the abolition of the unsustainable fuel subsidy, redirecting approximately $10 billion annually towards vital sectors such as healthcare, education, infrastructure, and security. This bold action alone resulted in a 50% reduction in petrol importation and increased revenues for state and local governments. The elimination of the foreign exchange subsidy and the harmonization of forex rates fortified the Nigerian economy, propelling the Nigerian Stock Exchange to the pinnacle of global performance and bolstering the strength of the Naira. These claims by the Ministry of Information. To mitigate the impact of these economic measures, the administration rolled out several interventions, including a wage increase to 35,000 Naira monthly for civil servants, the establishment of a tripartite committee for wage restructuring, the creation of an infrastructure support fund for states internationally. The administration has successfully attracted over $30 billion in investments, enhancing Nigeria's global economic strength. However, the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, on Tuesday said President Bola Tinubu's policies did not create prosperity, but have rather pauperized the poor and bankrupted the rich. In a statement on Tuesday, Atiku reviewed the administration over the past year, criticizing the All Progressives Congress-led government for not presenting any plans for economic remodeling, but instead implementing a mix of policies to address it. Joining us is the immediate past chairman of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN Lagos and District Society, Alistair Wilkos. We also have joining us a public affairs analyst, Dr. Kachi Ononuju, and the executive director, Center for Rights and Grassroots Initiative, Nelson Ekujimi. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bala, for having
good
me.
to see
It's
you.
my pleasure. It's my pleasure to be around, Bala. Thanks for having me.
Alistair, how would you want to summarily start your take on the last 1 year of President Tinubu's administration?
Well, Bala, I think I would say it's a mixture of the good, the bad, and the ugly, depending on the side of the stick you are holding. The president came in with, didn't mix words right from Igbo Square. He began to set out his policy directions. And well, people criticize him for that you made a statement without having the plans to manage the aftermath. But sometimes it's also good. I criticize it, but sometimes it's also good for you to shoot before you aim for the second bullet. So the economic agenda of the president was clear. We are moving away from departing from the old structure that has not worked and has put Nigerians in debt, even though it seems we are the so-called proverbial common man was having certain things easy. You just had to change the narrative. So economically, I think quite a wide range of options on the table, and they are trying out every one of it to see which will be better suited for the economy. In the last few months, we've seen where the CBN has come into play heavily in the monetary policy arena. The MPR has moved from about 22 basis point, 22,000 basis point to now we're on a 26. That's quite a substantial move. And is it the right policies? We need to allow them to mature for us to know. But generally, apart from the economic space, one area that Nigerians has always had issues talking about security and food and security of the land, and then agricultural production, food security. Now you discover that Nigeria has been plagued with wide range inflationary trend, especially food inflation, and
Alistair,
yeah,
I think it may be a good idea for us to make references to the inaugural speech of the president, especially as it relates to the sectors. I was just wondering, maybe I should start by reading out what he intimated the Nigerian public with his objective in security. Although it must be accentuated at this juncture that is only 1 year into a 4-year tenure. But this was exactly what he said in his inaugural speech in relation to security. Security shall be the top priority of our administration because neither prosperity nor justice can prevail amidst insecurity and violence. To effectively tackle this menace, we shall reform both our security doctrine and its architecture. We shall invest more in our security personnel, and this means more than an increase in number. We shall provide better training, equipment, pay, and firepower. What is your take? Taking each of those points, a review of the security doctrine and architecture, which would ordinarily, I would want to believe, given my understanding of English language, a total review, strategic reform of the security system, and is promised to improve the welfare and the operational wherewithal of the security personnel. Your take in the last 1 year of the administration?
Well, many Nigerians like me, sitting from my unvantaged position, Bola, will think that the president is not doing much in security. Well, because we are not seeing certain movement or which we expect to see. So one will expect that he is not doing much. But I would say, since I said from my unvantaged position, because I'm not in the theater and to know what is happening behind the scene. But in terms of on the street, we've not seen anything dramatically change with respect to the security architecture of the country. Yes, there were service, the heads of the services were changed, the persons were retired, but we still have this widespread fear in the land, public fear in the land with respect to kidnapping, which is a major crime, with respect to banditry, which is a major crime with respect to even the so-called the high-headed Boko Haram and other insurgent group. They still have headway, but like you said, 1 year in a 4-year administration is well, it's just 25% of the time for us to see that meaningful and appreciable level of change that we expect to see.
How would you want to respond to the fact that there's a dictum in one of our major nationalities that speaks to the fact that the morning makes the day. What somebody is going to be doing later in the day would have been defined in the morning. Is this morning good enough for you in terms of the security progress thus far made, or security lack of progress thus far are discernible, depending on which direction you're looking at it? Okay,
well, I wouldn't say that the morning is good for me. With respect, yeah, I can.
Go ahead, Alistair.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you, Bola. What I'm saying is, yes. What I'm saying is, I am not sure the money is good for me with respect to the security, how this president has tackled security. Like I said, I consider the fact that I'm in an unvantage position. I wouldn't say vantage because I am not at the theater, but many Nigerians want to have this sense of being secured, whereby they travel on the roads without much praying, just as we used to do. I remember some years back, I used to travel to the north by road, and sometimes the night catches up with us, so anywhere, be it forest, and then you are just relaxed. But I don't think many Nigerians can do that today. Even going to Ibadan in the broad daylight, you might just be looking at your left and your right. So one will want to see, so the morning is not yet good for me. So one will want to see us returning back to that era when you are traveling from here to Bini and you sleep off and the driver is just going and you can sleep off in your car without having much to worry as to looking out on the road. So those kind of a thing. So the money is not yet good, but like I said, 25% over 25% is too small to judge a student. So let's see when 50%, when we get to 50%.
I'll come back to you, Alistair. I'll come back to you. But before I come back to you, I need to say this. As somebody who did a course once in criminal justice system, I know that the perception of crime is usually bigger than the reality of crime. However, that does not excuse the fact that if people are not comfortable emotionally and otherwise in an environment, security is also a game of perception. Once the confidence is not there, it's not there. Dr. Nanuju, welcome to the program. Thank you. Let's go in the direction of the economy. Let me read out verbatim what the president promised in his inaugural speech on the 29th of May, 2023. Regarding the economy, he said, on the economy, we target a higher GDP growth. On the economy, we target a higher GDP growth and to significantly reduce unemployment. We intend to accomplish this by taking the following steps. First, budgetary reform stimulating the economy without inflation will be instituted. Second, industrial policy will utilize the full range of fiscal measures to promote domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. Third, electricity will become more accessible and affordable to businesses and homes alike. Power generation should nearly double and transmission and distribution networks improved. We will encourage states to develop local sources as well. I have a message for our investors, local and foreign. Our government shall review all their complaints about multiple taxation and various anti-investment inhibitions. We shall ensure that investors and foreign businesses repatriate their hard-earned dividends and profits owed. Dr. Nanuju, what would be your take, be your response to
what you were reading out are rhetorics that had to do with expectations. What we are reviewing after 1 year is reality. A lot of those expectations did not materialize. As you can see, economically, it's been one policy after the other, trial and error. And that's why somebody would say economically, it's been all motion and no movement. So we have to pray that the government changes tax and start to think through policies before they are released onto the public space. We have seen 1 year of well-meaning economic policies that had not come in well because of the government did not take care of what it should have done. For instance, the issue of the foreign exchange market and the petroleum and energy markets. When he removed the subsidy, it was supposed to be something free for all private importers. But as you saw, the private importers were now battling for scarce foreign exchange, which those who are in custody of the 29 trillion ways and means extra printings by Mr. Mefeli and Buhari's administration. If you are not able to rein in those with that excess liquidity, they will continue to use it to compete for the ownership of the scarce foreign exchange you have in the economy. And by that doing, the importers of petroleum products wouldn't find the foreign exchange that they need. And that was why the removal of subsidy was met with scarcity of foreign exchange. And that forced the skyrocketing of prices, which we saw damage our economy. So if you will look at it, I will tell you that the government lacks the political will to rein in the activities of those with the excess capital, which they got through the printing of $29 trillion. So if you're not able to rein in those people, you're not going to stop them from seeking for any valuable dollars in the economy. And that's why I think it's good thing about rhetorics. It's very important that the government finds the political will to fight corruption.
So for you, the major debilitating factor against what he had intimated the Nigerian public that he wanted to achieve is the potency of corruption. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes. His lack of political will to fight corruption undermine his ability to go after those keeping custody of the 29 trillion printed, Mr. Ameveli. And that's 29 trillion they now use to chase any available dollar within the foreign exchange market. And that's why you saw that scarcity of dollars that actually forced the painful inflation that you see everywhere, because everything has to do with imports dependent economy. And we have not stopped being an import dependent economy. So where is the foreign exchange? If those in the APC that had the foreign exchange from the ways and means of a printing of Naira, of course they will use that money to pursue the few dollars you have in the economy. And that was why he was so challenged. He started using our foreign reserves to actually try to fund the foreign exchange market, but that was not sustainable. And now we're back to where the dollar is 1.52 the Naira. Yes.
I'll come back to you. Dr. Nonoju. Let me go to your colleague. Alistair. Okay, Dr. Nonoju. Okay, Alistair, here you are. Okay, let me read his declared intention for job creation. He says, my administration must create meaningful opportunities for our youth. We shall honor our campaign commitment of 1 million new jobs in the digital economy. Our government also shall work with the National Assembly to fashion an omnibus jobs and prosperity bill. This bill will give our administration the policy space to embark on labor-intensive infrastructural improvements, encourage light industry, and provide improved social services for the poor, elderly, and vulnerable. Alistair, your take of that in the last one calendar year, and with the caveat that it is still one in a 4-year tenure. Alistair Wilcox.
Well, I've not seen that omnibus legislation with respect to the job creation that the president promised. However, Bola, some of the bold infrastructural activity of the president is a spin-off, it's a job creation, creating adventure. Now, are those jobs there? Look, I know that the admin is doing quite a number of things, but unfortunately, the seemingly high-headed monster inflation that is characterized the system is what is diminishing some of the president's noble steps. Quite a number of things is going on in providing the much needed critical infrastructure in the country. And when you're building infrastructure, you are creating jobs, direct and indirect. Now, if that's what the president means, I think he is working in accomplishing that. I also know that the Ministry of Digital Economy is up and running, and there's a lot happening in the digital space. So those numbers I don't have, but every day we see them roll out plans and activities. And the president has also gone ahead to do quite a number of, like for instance, now the highway is being built, the Lagos-Calabar highway. I mean, it has kicked off, and you can imagine the number of jobs that we create. So infrastructural development creates jobs, but Nigerians want to see maybe more blue-collar jobs. This industry springing up left, right, and center. But again, with the, like you said in your intro, with the over 30 billion in terms of pledges of what do you call it, FDI, coming to the country, some will go into manufacturing, some will go into business creation. So there's no way those money will come in or those pledges will be made that jobs will not be created. I think marketing the country is key for this kind of things to happen. And I think the president is doing a good job in terms of marketing the country. And it also behoves on us as citizens to throw away our political leaning, our political frustration from the elections. A lot of people, the elections give them frustrations, and we've not come out of that frustration. So that is undermining some of the bold moves. And rather than applaud some of the moves of the president, we find fault, we carpet it, we rubbish it, and that is not good enough. I am not satisfied. Like I said, I've not seen that omnibus.
Amlesa, okay, I was just going to ask you a follow-up question on the promised omnibus jobs and prosperity bill. To the best of my understanding, and especially to the best of my understanding of the legislative processes, bills coming from the executive tend to get more priority. One would have thought that at this juncture, 1 year into a 4-year tenure, the ministers of finance, trade, youth, and say the minister of the digital economy ought to have gotten themselves together and ought to have packaged an omnibus bill, and that ought to have been submitted to the National Assembly as an executive bill that will naturally and normally in the process of lawmaking get more traction. Because an average person watching us now may think it's the failure of the National Assembly that they have not passed, they have not started deliberating on such a bill. But because the president promised it, one would have thought that the resources within the executive arm of government would have packaged it and submitted it to the National Assembly. What would be your response to that opinion?
Well, I am not far from the truth. That is the reality. And like I said, I have not seen the omnibus bill. I've not even heard that it's in the works within the state. I mean, within the Executive Council. in all their meetings, I've not heard of any such omnibus bill. Maybe did the president forget that he promised that bill? Remember the speed within which the student loan board bill.
Alistair, don't let's overflog it. Your point is well made. Let me go to agriculture now and go to Dr. Ononuju. Dr. Ononuju, okay, we have the third guest available. Is he on audio? Okay, Dr. Ononuju, let me go to you on this. Agriculture. Rural incomes shall be secured by commodity exchange boards, guaranteeing minimal prices for certain crops and animal products. A nationwide program for storage and other facilities to reduce the spoilage and waste will be undertaken. Agricultural hubs will be created throughout the nation to increase production and engage in value-added processing. The livestock sector will be introduced to best modern practices and steps taken to minimize the perennial conflict over land and water resources in this sector. These actions, food shall be made more abundant, yet less costly. Farmers shall earn more, while the average Nigerian pays less. Dr. Ononuju, your take.
These were all wishes expressed through rhetorics, but in the real life, insecurity has impacted negatively our agriculture. You know that. So until we're able to deal with the insecurity that has impacted agriculture severely, we will not be able to see what has actually happened in the agricultural area. What I can tell you is, against all those dreams expressed through rhetorics, our problem has been insecurity, largely in the agricultural field. And until government is able to do something to reverse the situation about insecurity, where farmers are not allowed to go do their farming, neither are they allowed to do their harvesting without paying the taxes levied on them by the terrorists. This is the problem. The earlier the security services dislodge the terrorists and allow the farmers to have say over their land, the better for Nigeria's agriculture in general.
Okay, welcome to the...
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for having me. Good evening. Sorry for joining you late.
Oh, never mind, my brother.
I can hear you. Good evening.
Thank you for... Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for gracing the show. And Nelson, we're doing a review of what the president promised in his inaugural speech, especially the areas where he detailed some of the things he would want to achieve. And now let's go to infrastructure. Yeah. On infrastructure, the president said, thus, we shall continue the efforts of the Buhari administration on infrastructure. Progress towards national networks of roads, rail, and ports shall get priority attention. Your take in the last 1 year of that promise relative to the reality?
Well, thank you very much. I must confess that we have seen the present administration key into the policies of its predecessor with regards to infrastructure. We cannot run away from the fact that what the former administration of President Muhammadu Buhari achieved with regards to infrastructure. And you can see that the present government has embarked on that same course of action. We can see the Port Harcourt Abia rail train running now. We can see the linkage of the southwest and the south-south through the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. And quite a lot is going on with regards to road, bridges, railway as a means of transportation. So if you look at infrastructure, I think the government has lived up to its word with regards to, keying into those infrastructural transformation that it met on ground, that it is building on. It's a fact that the government is well home and dry with regards to that.
Thank you very much. Alistair, about time now we went to the direction of fuel subsidy. And I'm happy that, Alistair, you are the chartered accountant amongst the three guests we have this evening. I know Dr. Ononuji has a background too in development economy. I think I'd love the two of you to take this on. But let's go there. Alistair, I'm reading what the president said during his inauguration on fuel subsidy. We commend the decision of the outgoing administration in phasing out the petrol subsidy regime, which has increasingly favored the rich more than the poor. Subsidy can no longer justify its ever-increasing costs in the wake of drying resources. We shall instead rechannel the funds into better investment in public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and jobs that will materially improve the lives of millions. Alistair, how would you want to compare reality to this promise?
With the announcement at Ego Square, subsidy is gone, Nigerians woke up to the sad reality of the fact that we need to pay more for petroleum products, especially the PMS, which is the only link of the process that was being subsidized. Did we go the full hog? Apparently no, because if we compare what we pay now and what we should be paying, we have gone the full hog. I think the government is still magnanimous in still absorbing some of the cost elements, because if you look at other economies, other countries, you understand the fact that the government is still magnanimously absorbing some of the cost on PMS. I just came back from a trip to Accra. I know what fuel costs in Accra. It's almost at the equivalent of 1,500 naira per liter. And conversely, transportation cost in Ghana is far cheaper than that in Nigeria, even though they pay far more for PMS. How they do it, I just cannot tell. But you see, the flip side, the good side of it is the fact that removal of the subsidy has brought in more money into the government coffers. If you look at FAC now has far more money to share. If you look at state government, they now have more money. Unfortunately, we still do not hold our state accountable. We still rely and put all our focus on the federal government. And everything that happens, we think the federal government is the one doing it. Meanwhile, the states have increased resources. Local governments have increased resources, but we don't look at them. We keep bombarding our attention to the federal. The federal cannot provide you primary schools, secondary schools. That is the work of the states. The federal cannot provide you primary health care or even general hospitals. That is the work of the states. So we should look at our states. With the increased resources available to them, we should not only be putting our attention on the federal government, but we should look at our states. These states are autonomous. They are autonomous and they control their resources the way they are supposed to control it.
Alistair,
if
one were to juxtapose what the Naira used to buy to what it now buys, an average governor or an average spokesperson of the governor may tell you about the increased, the so-called increase is only increase in figure, paper figure, but the reality is that what it can buy relative to what the Naira could achieve before has been so deprecated, not even depreciated, deprecated. So what would be your response to that? Just a quick one before I go to
That is, Bola, that's a lie of the devil, and that is part of what is fueling the inflation crisis in Nigeria. We use that lie to extrapolate everything and to enrich ourselves as government circle. Now, I agree with the fact that the dollar, the exchange rate has gone up drastically, but it shouldn't affect the price of Gari. Gari is a domestically produced item. It shouldn't affect the price of beans, the price of plantain, the price of those domestically produced items. If imported items might go up, yes, I agree. But domestically produced items should not. So we're only lying to ourselves. Yeah.
Alistair, a quick one before I go to your two colleagues. Alistair, an average person producing Gari will tell you that inevitably in the production of Gari, he or she has to buy petrol. An average person producing Gari would have to also factor in countenancing the cost of transporting the Gari from the rural area where the Gari is made to the places where he or she is going to be selling the Gari. So this, although Gari is not imported, like you rightly stated, but the inevitable cost of getting Gari from, like somebody, like a Pentecostal, a famous Pentecostal pastor once said, salvation is free, like water is free, but piping water from the river to your house, reticulation costs money. Water is free, but reticulation costs money. How would you want to take that before I go to your colleagues?
Well, like I said, it's still lying on the devil. It is not every Gari produced in the rural area is eaten in the urban. The one sold in the rural area, what about that? And I just made an allusion. Let me just be quick. I said in Ghana, which I just came back from yesterday, petrol is 3 times higher than the cost in Nigeria. Yeah, transportation is cheaper in Ghana than in Nigeria. So how do we rationalize that? You see, most times we use the dollar as a benchmark or as a benchmark to exploit ourselves, to alight ourselves, and to exploit ourselves, and then we blame the government. So there are some economic factors that is helping us
Let me go to Dr.
become
Nonuju. Alexa, let me go to Dr. Nonuju, but before I go to Dr. Nonuju, let me corroborate the point you've just made. One of the jackets, one of the suits I've been wearing since I came to England a couple of days ago. Somebody came to me and said, Gwela, this is classic Savile suit, and if you want to buy this kind of suit now in England, you're going to be buying it for around £800. And I looked at him, I said, the boy who made the suit for me in Lagos, the total amount of money spent on this suit, I may be looking dapper in it, total amount of money with buying the clothes, sewing it, and you see, everything is less than, just about £100. It's even less than £100, to be honest with you. And I was telling him that should be the advantage for those of you who are in the diaspora now. The PPP, purchasing price parity, that you could bring things from Nigeria. I have a friend who takes out 10 tons of agricultural produce. He's actually the biggest customer of DHL now. And I was joking with him the other day, about 2 days ago, that now you're laughing to the bank because, what you buy to bring to England, you're buying at a relatively cheaper rate if you change the pounds to the Naira through which you buy them. Let me go to Dr. Nonuju. Dr. Nonuju, given what your colleague Alistair has stated, and we also have to go to monetary policy, let me quickly read out the president's promise on monetary policy. Monetary policy needs thorough house cleaning. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate. This will direct funds away from arbitrage into meaningful investment in the plant, equipment, and jobs that power the real economy. Interest rates need to be reduced to increase investment and consumer purchasing in ways that sustain the economy at a higher level. Whatever merits it had in concept, the currency swap was too harshly applied by the CBN given the number of unbanked Nigerians. The policy shall be reviewed. In the meantime, my administration will treat both currencies as legal tender. Dr. Nanuju, your response to that. Hello, Doc. Are you there? Okay.
I'm here and I'm telling you that my response is you're reading to me a wish list. It has nothing to do with reality. Like the gentleman was talking about Gary, I wanted to tell him that Gary has factors of production. And these factors include those who harvest the cassava, the money that brings them to do the harvesting work, their transportation go up. The person who also does the grinding of the cassava to paste for Gary processing buys petrol. The person who also does the grinding buys machines. And those machines that are used to grind the Gary, the prices will go up when you go to purchase any of them or condiment that gets spoiled in the market because those things are imported items used as machinery for grinding Gary. And those imported machinery do get controlled by the behaviors in the furnishing market. So Gary is not that local. No, Gary has a lot of factors that go into making them available in our homes and on our breakfast and lunch plus.
Dr. Nanuju,
yes.
Dr. Nanuju,
yes,
how
yes,
would you
yes.
then? How would you then want to? How would you then want to rationalize the point that the gentleman made regarding the fact that he just came back from Ghana? And the price per liter of petroleum product in Ghana is almost double or about twice the price in Nigeria, and yet transport fare in Ghana is not as lousy or lousily exorbitant as it is in Nigeria.
You're talking about Ghana, a nation where people are a little bit measured and people do advise themselves when they behave. That's not the same as Nigeria. Nigeria is not a nation. Nobody's loyal to Nigeria. Just by saying the rumor of what government intends to do, people will astronomically adjust their prices. Nigeria, everybody wants Nigeria on their own terms. Understand that. The government officials are not sincere. So why would you force, as he's speaking, he expects the Gary seller to be patriotic. Who is? Why would they be patriotic when the government officials are not patriotic? That's the issue. We need to do a holistic patriotism about who we are. The politicians are not showing patriotism. So why are you going to demand from the Gary seller or the person who grinds the Gary?
Dr. Nanuju?
Yes.
I think I want to disagree. I think I want to disagree vehemently with Dr. Nanuju on that point. I mean, vehemently.
Please, 1 minute. Alistair, 1 minute, please. Dr. Nanuju, you say the politicians are not honest. Hello?
The question was asking.
Dr. Nanuju, are you still there?
I am listening to you. Yes, I am here. Go on.
Did I hear from your remark that the politicians are not honest? Why would we expect the ordinary Nigerian to be honest?
That is my word, yes.
Is that not an indictment of somebody like you who is also a very visible, very notable political within the context of our partisan space in Nigeria? Are politicians like that?
If 85% of the politicians are not honest, I think that does not encourage the ordinary Nigerians to also show honesty when you now demand patriotism from them. That's what I'm saying. There is a lot
then.
of
I can
dishonesty
understand
in
you
our
now.
system. And that dishonesty is also the reasons why you see people arbitrarily increase prices, because they really do not have that patriotism. Yes, we have just changed the version of the national anthem we want to, because the government world does understand that there is lack of patriotism amongst our citizens. That's why they believe that a new
Doc. We need to. I'll come back for your epilogue. I'll come back to you for your epilogue. But Nelson, let's go to foreign affairs now. Foreign policy. Nelson Kujimi, I'm reading the president's promise on foreign affairs, on foreign policy. Even the world in which we reside, please permit me a few comments regarding foreign policy. The crisis in Sudan and the turn from democracy by several nations in our immediate neighborhood are of pressing concern. As such, my primary foreign policy objective must be the peace and stability of the West African sub-region and the African continent. We shall work with ECOWAS, the AU, and willing partners in the international community to end extant conflicts and to resolve new ones. As we contain threats to peace, we shall also retool our foreign policy to more actively lead the regional and continental quest for collective prosperity. Nancy, your take of this before we wrap it up finally for today. Is Nelson there? Nelson Kujimi? We seem to have lost him. Okay, Alistair, your epilogue, how would you want to wrap it up? You know, I don't like going the simplistic way of saying what percentage would you give an administration, especially when we were just 1 year to a 4-year tenure. But Alistair, summarily, what would be your take of the first year and what would be your advice to the administration in the direction they should be going subsequently? Alistair.
Well, let me just say a little on just a few words on what my colleague said. I think I disagree on the fact that it's because politicians are not patriotic. Therefore, that's why Nigerians are not patriotic. Look, we have remained unpatriotic even before the time of Idiagbo that came to bring war against indiscipline. And when Idiagbo left government, Babangida tried and Becha tried. But by the time we came back to civilian rule, our indiscipline became extraordinary. It didn't start today. It didn't start by this government. So blaming the politicians or the government as why we are not disciplined. Look, it's not because Ghanaians are not all patriotic. Yes, they have higher level of patriotism. Here, politics divides us, party divides us. We wish the country bad. We're not happy with the country when it makes progress because it's not from our party or from our side of the country. So it is an inborn thing, and the profiteering after COVID.
Alistair, in the last 10 years, the Ghanaian partisanship too has gone rabid. I know that their political environment is as acrimonious, as acrid and venomous as ours is. I guess, and that is a function in most liberal democracies. That is a function of the direction that social media is taking us. Everybody lives in his own cocoon. You want to listen to those in your own group, and the other group, you abuse everybody there. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria. I want to believe.
But the difference is they can abuse the president, they can abuse the speaker, they can abuse the opposite party, but they don't abuse the country. They love Ghana. They remain Ghanaians. And that is what is lacking in Nigeria. And if the government makes a rule, they obey. I mean, there is infraction. So just in a nutshell, well, just a minute. In a nutshell, I will appreciate that the president does better in the second year.
Thank you. Let me go to, I thank you for being part of this today. Dr. Nanuju, how would you want to wrap it up?
I will tell you that the government needs to wake up and find the political will to do the right thing, fight corruption. Once the citizens see that you're serious through the kind of signs that you give them, they will fall behind. But when the citizens think that you're just not serious, that you're corrupt, you will not get their cup. Yes.
When I hear the phrase "fight corruption," I sometimes think it is too nebulous. What are the strategic suggestions you have for the methodology to fight corruption in Nigeria? Because Buhari's administration supposedly for 8 years fought corruption. We later got to know that the cesspit was indeed worse under him. So what strategic points would you recommend for the fight against corruption? It's seemingly nebulous to justify corruption.
Buhari is a fundamentally dishonest person, so you don't cite him. He just deceived us with rhetorics, and then he showed who he is once he got into power. So he is someone I would tell you is irredeemable, and you've seen that he is just not a man you should cite. Let Tinubu show us through signs that he is serious about fighting corruption. Once we see it, we will wrap it up for today and embrace his government.
My good doctor, thank you very much for your virtual presence on Plus Politics today. About time we wrapped it up. I remain Bola Oba, and have a good evening.
Good people, I greet you. It's great to reminisce about good memories of my past. A past that shaped my present, and a present that hopefully will shape not only my future, but that of our children and the incoming generation. My name is Igo Temu Oko, born and bred in Warri, Delta State. Warri of those days was a town of peace, purpose, and communal spirit. Trusts were hardly betrayed. Support for each other was the order of the day. Growing up in Warri was fun. With the beauty of our rich culture and traditions, we often looked with nostalgia to the season of Okere Juju, an annual masquerade festival with epic center of the celebration at Okere main roundabout or square. The elegance and beauty of the festival, graced by masquerades in attires almost akin to the costume and apparel worn by Eyo Masquerade in Lagos. It is a mix of culture, tradition, dancing, and humor. So don't wander too far when you ask how Warri has evolved to be the root of comedy. It is rooted in our culture. I also recall with fond memories the great Agbasa Juju Cultural Festival, a colorful festival celebrated by the people of Agbara Warri Kingdom. It is a warlike festival popularly called Agbasa Juju. The date of the festival is chosen according to the Urhobo native market days by the Olotu and the elders of the kingdom, where the respective towns are expected to come in a dance procession with their warlike costumes. What a beauty to behold. I wonder how deep and rich our children are today in our culture and traditions. Interesting cultures are warning for different reasons, ranging from westernization to mere indifference of traditional institutions and practice. Time won't permit me to delve much on what we miss as a nation if we do not preserve our culture. This is a serious food for thought for us as a nation. Yes, Warri was fun, but the need for education took me out of Warri at the age of 17 when I got admission to the University of Lagos. At 17, I was bold enough to take on the world. I was wise enough to understand the import of education and the need to be focused in life. Strange enough, it was also my first time in Lagos, Warri boy in Lagos, but I was armed with enough street sense needed for my survival, and of course, I never went back. Coping with life in Lagos was no challenge. It was not different from life in Warri. Those trust elements of my days in Warri were also found in Lagos. In the mid-80s, I recall one particular scenario, and it sets me thinking if such still exists in our Nigeria of today. There was this vendor in front of the big Senate building at that time. I describe the Senate building as big because it was probably one of the biggest buildings I've seen at that time. Those were years when our local football league was popular and embraced by all Nigerians. You read about the exploits of Iwayawu National, New Nigerian Bank of Benin, Bedell Insurance of Benin, NNPC Football Club of Warri, Seasiders Football Club of Warri, ICC Shooting Stars, BCC Lions of Boko, Abiola Babes, stationery stores, and a host of others. Every Sunday morning, we will rush to the front of the Senate building to read results of the matches played over the weekend from the back page of Tribune newspaper. How such news got published early in those days still baffles me. We were the ones they call Free Readers Association. Then we will pick the papers, read and return. Those who wish to buy will drop money inside a cup or a bowl by the newsstand and walk away. Curiously, in my 4 years in Unilag, I never set my eyes on who the vendor was. Nobody had the mind of stealing his papers, and we never heard for once of any incident of theft. How it was done, I could not even figure out. Such was the extent of trust in our time. Can we make bold to say the same scenario can play itself out in today's Nigeria? What do we have today? Mutual suspicion of each other? Distrust in all facets of life? How did we get here? What happened to those glorious years of our local football, rich culture, and enviable traditions? Can we change the narrative? Can we turn back the hand of the clock? With a will? Yes, we can. Let us start from our youths, the leaders of tomorrow. I think that the best thing we can do for our children is to allow them to do things for themselves, allow them to be strong, and allow them believe more in themselves, imbibe in them that identity that was so strong in molding us to who we have become today. Then we are building a foundation for their greatness. It is not enough to revel in the glory of the good old days. It is important to take the lessons, right the wrongs. It is not too late. Our children deserve a better and greater future, not stories about the good old days. To this end, I therefore join Sir Shomore Badejo in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff is asking the court to compel her husband to be responsible for the upkeep of their children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presided. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Temitope Olatunbosu versus John Olatunbosu. That is for me.
Thank you, Auntie. Temitope,
Yes, Your Highness.
you brought Olatunbosun Abolade John.
Yes, Your
But
Highness.
you said you are a couple.
Yes, Your Highness.
Can you tell me?
He neglected us since 2018. He didn't come home and he did not take any responsibility upon the children.
Okay, you were living together.
Before, we were living
Before.
together, but since 2010, we didn't live together. We normally come home at weekend.
Okay.
But since 2018, he's not coming again.
How many children are involved?
I have 4, but they are remain 2 now.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
What I have here, you say you've always been taking care of your child.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have evidence to support your claim.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me have what you have to say.
Since that 2018 she talked about, I've been always been taking care of the children. Now in 2019, that was a COVID period. So there is meltdown in business and everything. So they have to drop us from my working place. So I have a boss then that I'm using to support my salary work. I'm a driver. So I sold the bus when the bus is 40, it's old because I've used it for 7 years already. So I was unable to get a better job since then. Just like I should work for 3 months, just come and work with me for 3 months and go, this and that. So there is nothing. And I always carry them along. There is nothing on me now. Before then, we got married. I think my firstborn is now 22 years. We have 4 children. She is AS, I am AS. So we have 3 SS from the children. So it's only the firstborn that is AS. So I've always been taking care of them, right from sickness, this, that. So I was at work one day, around after 5, they called me, one is sick. And around 5:30 to 6, they said, she's dead. So I'm in Lagos. They are in Ibadan. They live in my house that I built in Ibadan. So I went home that day. They sympathized with everything. That one go. So there was another year. One of those children are sick. She's on oxygen. She was on oxygen then for about 2 weeks. So I just went home to check on her. So on getting home, the only boy I had was sick. That day he started the sickness. I think maybe temperature or this, that. So I took him home that day. Hopefully, maybe if you give him medicine, this, that, he will be fine. And they take care of him in the hospital. All the company I was working, they always give me HMO for them, particularly on those SS, so that I know they need attention. So I just came to Lagos that day. Before they told me from phone safe that one of them is gone. So, which among the 2 of them? On getting to the hospital, they said the one that was sick in the night that I took to the hospital in that midnight was the one that died again. So the other one woke up from the oxygen, this thing. As for the second one, they said he's no more. So right from then, I was always trying to make sure that a medical is the priority and the first thing I do.
You said you've not neglected in your duty.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know if you have any proof, just show it to me.
Okay, ma'am.
I've always been taking care of my child and have evidence to support my claim. So just give me the evidence to support your claim, then we can move to another issue.
My phone got lost February, so I couldn't get much evidence.
February, but you wrote this in
5th of April.
Yes, ma. Yes, ma.
And you say you have the evidence.
Yes, ma. So the little I
Because
have,
at that time,
the little
your
I have,
phone was missing.
yes.
So how do you intend to get the evidence to prove that time? I mean, when you wrote this.
I have some evidence on my phone here.
Let me see it.
Okay,
That's
ma.
what I'm saying.
So
Let me have it. Just let me see that first.
I think okay. On the March 18.
Let me see it. It's not what you say, it's about what I see.
Okay, ma.
Who sent this to you?
My daughter. The one SS I have.
Who's Daddy Auntie Ronke?
She's my sister's daughter in US.
Okay, you know the message I'm referring to.
Yes.
Let me show it to her. So when was the last time you went home?
It's been long.
Why?
Yes.
Because I'm not
Give it back to me.
I did not have worked for now since 2019.
So you just abandoned the children on her.
I did abandon them, ma.
If you say you didn't go home, and because you don't have a job then.
But the girl that is SS, no matter what, year before the last year, when I did not have work, I always make sure they give them.
I'm not asking about upkeep. Don't change the narrative. I'm addressing your presence at home. Have you moved on? You've remarried?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've abandoned them?
I didn't abandon them.
So the new family that you have, you don't give them any upkeep?
They are
your wife there that
they are
is
not
feeding
even
you?
with me for now, because since last year, December or November, the family of the lady said, I'm not taking care of them, this, that.
Do you have children from that?
Yes.
How many children? How many?
3.
You have another 3 sets of children
Yes,
from
ma'am.
there?
Since 2019, I've not been working. The last work I did.
You know what? Before the law.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me save your energy.
Okay, ma'am.
There's nothing like I don't have anything as upkeep for my children.
Yes, ma'am.
You know that. It's the two of you's ignorance. I won't say negligence, because at times people are not aware why AS and AS or AS and SS should not.
You are right.
You want to say something?
Yes.
Right.
to be honest, my husband had 2 different genotype results.
2 different?
He know on time that it's not AA. Normally, right from the beginning, he told me it's AA. But he think around 2010 or 2011, he has one result. He did that one at Ikeja Medical Center. The result is with me here. That
what is
one
written
here,
there?
AA.
Let me have a look at it.
And when he moved to C&I Leasing Company, he has another one. That one bear AS. That one has destroyed with the water because we have leakages of the river in our
No, for children to be SS and you say you are AS, is obviously your genotype is actually AS. I want you to have a look at these documents. Have you seen this before?
I've even forgotten. I don't
No, look at it.
plan for all these things, so I don't keep what did they write it? I did not see.
Let me have it.
Did not see it.
You know?
He didn't give it to me.
Where did you find it?
I checked on his bag. Because that time, he have been, instead of coming every week, he started coming once in 2 weeks. When I complained, he said that he didn't have transport fare, that if I can give him, he will come. And I've been doing it, but later I have to think of how will I be the one giving him transport fare. If you want to come and see your children, come. If you don't want to come and see your children, good. And another one, about the message that is showing. His sister sent money to us. he's the one that gave me instructions that I should use the money to buy phone for my daughter. And I asked him, you don't know how we are feeding. You didn't pay for their school fees. Even my first child, she's supposed to be at school now. She's at home 2 years ago. Because there's no money for me to send her to school again when she finished her OND at Polytechnic. You told her that you don't want her to go to Polytechnic. You want her to go to university then. But because of her low results, I told her that they said that we should allow her to go to Polytechnic since she have the acceptance that maybe later she can now move back to university. Because of that, he didn't pay anything. I have to pay for the whole level, for the OND throughout. He went to Shaki once to go and see her, he bought foam, mattress foam and gas cylinder for her. That is what he do for that.
How old is she?
She's now going to 22. Next month she'll be 22 years.
You see?
And when you told me that I should
wait,
use the money.
All her demands, let her direct it to her dad.
Okay.
At her age, she has the right to sue her dad.
When we called him, he won't pick his call. When the child called him, he will say that they should not, he told the child, the first child, that she should not talk to him again. But if he willingly want to talk to her, he can only call her. When I called him, he didn't pick my call.
Wait,
he won't. I do show it to his friend.
The plaintiff, Temitope Olatubosun, claims that her genotype is AS and her husband initially told her that his genotype is AA, only to realize that he is actually AS after they started having children with sickle cell disease. She alleges that her husband abandoned home since 2018, leaving her to cater for the children alone. The defendant, Abolade John Olatubosun, confirms that he has moved on to start another family. But due to unemployment, he has not been able to fulfill fatherly responsibility on either of the two families. Judge Rumi wades into this matter.
When was the last time you sent money to them?
I still sent money December.
How much?
Okay. I did not send it directly. Yes, I did not have. I have to call my sister to help me send 15,000 to them. This same my sister that sent money to them, sent them 50,000 that December.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that I will give.
Before that 50,000, when was the last time? That's December.
Ma.
That's December.
Yes.
Has anything been sent between December and now?
Yes.
When?
That was I think February. When they collect that phone she was talking about. Okay, I was working in a place that time. I worked for 3 weeks. They said the work will still continue. So I was thinking maybe if the work continue, I'll continue paying for the easy buy for the phone. But February, I paid the money January, I've forgotten the date. But the second day, my phone got lost. Not quite long, like 2 weeks.
Where do you stay?
Before.
Which area? Where do you stay? Where do you live?
Before I stay in...
right now, not before. Where do you live now?
I live in a church now, ma.
Which area? I'm not interested. Okay. I just want to invite... Let me tell you what you don't know. If you like, you can outsmart yourself. You say you are a driver. Yes, you don't have a job. I've had instances where people say what they need there. And viewers reach out to them to assist them and give them a job. So I'm asking where you live, so that whoever wants to give you a job that might be interested would love to know the area and the proximity of where you live to where they are.
Ayetoro, Ogun State.
You stay in Ogun State?
Yes,
at Ayetoro. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So, not quite long, they stopped me from that work. I cannot proceed. And immediately they stopped me before as I paid the first payment, I called my daughter. Favor, she said yes. They have stopped me from my work. How are we going to do your phone?
That was in March.
Yes.
I saw it.
So I have access to her more than she and the firstborn, because the firstborn always accuse me that what have I ever done in her life?
And what have you done? Let me know.
And I now ask a question, since from your kindergarten to the time you enter this your OND level, that, How much is anybody money on your school fees?
You've been paying us.
I've been.
Till when?
I've been.
The abandonments, you have not proved to me that you don't abandon them. Because you told me now, when was the last time you were with them? Seeing daddy. My dad is around. When was the last time you went to Ibadan? You said they are living in your house in Ibadan.
Yes.
Quite all right. But when was the last time you checked on them? Just go down to spend weekend. When? Can you remember? When was the last time he came around?
2018 was the last time.
2018.
They were there 2019, 2022, just one day.
21, 20. Okay. He came in when?
When he lost his mother, we want to do the burial, so I saw him.
Wait, which year?
2000.
He came to spend the night at home. You went to spend the night at home?
2000.
Or you just went to check on them?
No, he brought the clothes for me.
For the burial?
Yes, ma'am. That was 2022. But he didn't sleep or he didn't wait.
So what happened? What's the problem? What is the problem? It looks like willful abandonment. But I can't say that unless I listen to your reason. What is your reason?
I don't wish to stay.
Pardon?
I don't wish to stay there.
You don't wish to stay there. Nobody can force you. Yes. But the children you brought into the world cannot be neglected. You cannot say, because I don't want to feel there, I don't want to see them too, I can't take care of their welfare. So let me ask, how much do you want to... The school fees you are supposed to pay. Do you understand me?
Yes.
And luckily, if what you said is true, you are claiming that the other woman you moved on with, the children, she's responsible for their welfare. Yes. So that takes you back to where you started from. That is still living under your roof. That house belongs to you. So you are not divorced, you are not separated, you are just abandoned at home. The period when you were working, between 2018 and now, how much have you sent to them as upkeep? Within the period you were working, between 2018 and now, that time you were working, how much did you send to them in Ibadan?
I can't remember.
You can't remember?
Yes, ma'am.
How much was sent to you? Did he send any money to you that period? She don't even listen.
No, he didn't send anything to me.
Between 2018 and now, from his own pocket?
Okay, between 2018, yes, he said. Anytime, if I called him that the guy has crisis, he said maybe 1,000 or 2,000.
Me.
But if you can say it, I have my statement of account. You too, you can go to your bank and have it.
Wow.
I can call the girl, the small girl, because he don't want to have anything to do with me. He didn't pick my call. He even told her that he don't want to talk to me. So anytime she has crisis, I will tell her, call your daddy. I will send message to him, and I will tell the girl to call him. When he called him, he may said 1,000 or 2,000. So I will know that it's for that. Even the time that he said that we are using HMO, when we are using HMO, all the time that we stay at the hospital, no feeding. If you have special drug, the doctor we told her that you need special drug. The HMO that we are using cannot carry it. They may write the name of the drug for me. I will buy the drug from my own pocket. Did you pay for it? You can talk now.
Okay.
My problem...
Because I don't have proof. There's nothing I can say.
You don't have proof.
I don't have proof.
You don't have proof.
I didn't mean my phone is not lost.
You have option of going to the bank to print it out.
There are money that
you could have printed it out from the bank.
All the time that this guy is always sick. Am I always at Lagos?
I don't know.
And I asked you how much. You said at least you have an idea. Oh,
now
within I must have sent
from the time I've not
70,000
naira. Working in company again. Year before last year, I paid money for the HMO. She said I did not pay now because I don't have proof. There is no problem.
Look, you are talking about HMO. You are taking one angle. I'm asking you, what has been your contribution towards the feeding, upkeep and maintenance of your children between 2018 and now? Your defense, the first defense you gave is like you had another family.
Yes.
right? And you could not say you sent anything to them. Okay. From now upward, we leave the past. Temitope,
yes,
you can leave that.
Okay,
past is past. We start moving forward from now. How much do you want to be sending to them as upkeep? What provision are you going to make towards their medical bill?
Medical bill, ma.
HMO or something?
Even if I don't have anybody here, God is my witness. I'm always still doing it, and I'll be doing it.
For
It's
the
once in a
HMO?
year.
Yes.
The medical is once in a
So
year.
when will
I always do it, and I'll be
when
doing
will
it.
it be available for them?
She's still on medical now. She's still on HMO now.
I renewed it.
Till December. Not you renew. I renewed it.
Okay, no problem.
renewed it.
There's an HMO. I'm just concerned about the welfare of the child. So there is a medical facility. There's an HMO that.
See, even if I don't have anything to
Leave
put
that
or
one.
anything, I cannot neglect my children.
Okay.
At all.
That one is okay. The HMO is there for the medical. Now, what about the upkeep? How much do you want to be sending? You can't put everything on her. You must make an arrangement of what you can be sending. You are feeding every day. If you don't feed every day, you won't be here today.
Yes, ma'am.
So the children must feed too. And you are their father.
Yes.
So what do you want to be doing towards that?
For now, maybe I will be sending 10,000 to them every month end.
How many children are there?
2.
2 children?
Yes, ma'am.
You do 20. I'm not going less than 20K. I wanted to go 30 before. But the court is just taking cognizance of the fact that for now you say you don't have a job. Is that not what you said? So if she detects or realizes that you now have a better source of income or another source of income, she can always come back here for review. So for now, Temitope, you'll be giving you 20,000 naira per month. Or maybe. You still have the issue of the school fees.
The building that is talking that we are living in this house, we didn't complete the building. If you say
I can't hear what you're saying.
the building is not in a fitting way.
Where you are staying?
Yes. Even some of the part of the house want to collapse. I've been calling him. He didn't do anything. I fiddled the house. So if you want to
let me have a look
I won't say that you should not do it, but you should make sure, just make sure you are doing something. The Lord will be helping me.
Let me see. Where are you living in Lagos?
This is my house.
I'm living in Ayetoro.
Nikon.
Ayetoro side.
Ogun State. You are not in Lagos State. You said so.
You can show it to him. You can identify his house. So I've been maintaining the house. But now what they told me to do, I cannot avoid it.
I'm trying to capture the roof.
Outside is there, inside is there. So I fiddle the inside, the rooms, for you to see.
You know the state it is. I don't have to show this to you. It's your house.
Just you can identify.
You know the state, right? Don't you? You want to have a look at it?
No, I don't know.
You know the way it is. So you have to walk around that as well. I'm rounding up your case.
Anytime they don't want to fall, we have to leave the house to go and stay at somewhere.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
You start paying 20,000 naira per month. for the children for now, for the upkeep. In 3 months' time, the legal team will reach out to you because this is just coming in. So I want you to get yourself together and start working. If you're going to borrow, you understand the way you borrow the phone or something, you have to look for a way to find solution to your children's school fees. I'll leave the upkeep at 20,000 for now, for the next 3 months. After 3 months, if you get a job or you get anything, you can reach out to the legal team as well. These are your children. And Temitope, on your own side, to assist you for now, the court will give you 100,000 naira. Get up.
Thank you.
And it will be added, you will add the 20,000 naira. And I hope everything works out well for you. So that's my ruling. 3 months' time, we will see again. Okay.
All rise.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is a news update. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC have suspended their industrial action over lack of consensus on a new minimum wage and the hike in electricity tariff for 1 week. The TUC President Festus Osifo confirmed this in Abuja after a joint extraordinary National Executive Council meeting of the unions. Osifo said a joint NEC meeting of TUC NLC has approved to relax the industrial action for 1 week. Lieutenant General Tuarid Lagbaja Emeka said the troops of the Nigerian Army, in synergy with the operatives of the Nigerian Police Force and other security agencies, successfully rescued the abducted students who were taken hostage by terrorists in a dense forest near Oro-Ago village in Kwara State, following an intense clearance mission. He added that the operation was still ongoing to apprehend the perpetrators of the dastardly act and bring them to book. In his remark, Governor Ododo thanked God Almighty for making it possible for the rescue of the students, adding that it was a mixed feeling for him as 2 of the 31 abducted students were murdered. Ododo said that 29 of the students were successfully rescued, while appreciating the efforts of President Bola Tinubu and the military in the fight against insecurity in the country. The residents and indigents of Iru community have benefited from the free medical rhapsody initiated by the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala. The Admiral Superintendent of Naval Dockyard Limited, Rear Admiral Abolaji Orederu, led the initiative, which is in commemoration of the Nigerian Navy at 68th anniversary and in collaboration with the Oniru Palace. The Admiral Superintendent, ably represented by Captain U.I. Okeke, Commander, Naval Medical Center, said the move is to further strengthen civil-military relations as the Navy celebrates its anniversary.
Chief Medical Director of the Naval Dockyard, Surgeon Captain U.I. Okeke, and other very senior officers here present. We are living in a challenging period. People must also, yes, you want to take care of yourself, you want to go to work, you must also do your health check. Just before April come, is giving up, he or she is giving up. So, this health check that Naval Dockyard has arranged for us in this community, we must not take advantage of it. On that note, I want to once again thank the Chief of Naval Staff, Air Vice Admiral Ogala, and the Commander of the Naval Dockyard for bringing this mission to my palace.
On his part, the Oniru of Iru, Abdul Wasiu Omogwarahon Lawal, said it is his passion to bring wellness to the people of Iru land as health is prioritized in his reign.
I give glory to God for keeping each and everyone alive today, to witness today, because I live around this area. And I give kudos to our Kabiyesi, who gave us the opportunity to come and witness what is happening here today. So I really thank God for his life. Well, I'm here for the high test. It's a very good gesture. Sometimes ago, one of my cousins attended this naval something, and the encouragement was very, very good. Thank you so much. And I give the commander and everybody that made this thing to happen today, I wish them good luck and happiness.
I thank what they have done, because I didn't expect Nigerian Navy can do like this. But if the other people is doing like this, to be better. So it's good what they do, and I thank them. I appreciate what they are doing.
More than 10 exceptional students from the Federal University of Technology Akure Secondary School have received a donation of 10 laptops and other materials through the Laptop for Every African program, A-LEAP. The A-LEAP is a project initiated by the Blanche Talent Program to provide laptops to talented and ambitious individuals in Africa who lack the necessary tools and resources to enhance their technological skills. During the inauguration event held in Akure, the CEO of Blanche, George Omosun, emphasized that the primary objective is to assist young Africans, starting with Nigeria and Ghana, in gaining access to laptops and mentorship. During a capacity building talk, Omosun urged the students to believe in their dreams as they can achieve all they aspire to be. This support will enable them to be better equipped to seize opportunities in the information age.
I want to give you guys a quick, a little brief fundamental into tech for those of you, again, who are looking at getting into tech and are wondering, okay, this tech thing that I've heard, what are the things I can do, right? I'll try and make it as simple as possible. When I was your age, I didn't have anyone to really break it down, to me like this, but I'll try and make it as simple as possible for you. So in tech, in today's world, there are about 3 things that you might be considering getting into. Core tech, right? I'm not referring to things like graphic designing and all of that, which you need a laptop for. I'm talking about engineering, right? So if you're looking at getting into engineering. So one of the things that you might be considering is called software engineering. Can I hear you say software engineering? Okay, so software engineering has 2 major parts. But first of all, let me describe what it is. Is the ability to build software. What is software? Software are, the mobile apps that we use, the websites. If you have WhatsApp or you've heard of it, Instagram.
There is need to create space for the younger generation to make a meaningful impact in the overall efforts towards creating awareness about the scourge of cancer and its prevention. The government must therefore provide the youths with the right knowledge and tools so they would be empowered and become proactive health advocates and compassionate individuals in their communities. This was emphasized in Abuja at the inauguration of the COMOD Cancer Champions Club in Nigerian secondary schools. Details in this report.
At an elaborate launch of the club in Model Secondary School in Maitama, Abuja, Dr. Dennis Ejo, a renowned cancer survivor and driving force behind the initiative, harped on the importance of early education about cancer and removing the stigma surrounding it.
Whether you are a survivor, a caregiver, or someone who simply wants to make a positive change, there is a place for you in the COMOD Cancer Champions Club. Together we learn, we grow, and we take action to make a difference in the life of those affected by cancer. Together we fight, together we win. So, my fellow champions, I will encourage you today to embrace this opportunity with an open heart and open mind. Let us stand together in solidarity, unite against cancer in our commitment to make a difference.
While appreciating this laudable drive, other speakers expressed hope that governments at all levels will collaborate with health professionals, agencies, and stakeholders for the prevention and early detection of cancer and leverage existing health infrastructure to reverse the cases of cancer in the country. They expressed hope that the Cancer Champions Club in schools will offer comprehensive education on cancer and address the disease from its medical aspects to social implications.
As the author of these books, an advocate of cancer awareness, I've seen firsthand and the incredible impact that young people like yourself can have in the fight for cancer. Who is living with cancer? It triggered the urge to do something special about it. So I started researching, writing and speaking about cancer awareness, not because it's easy, but because it is very, very necessary.
Over 100 students of Model Secondary School were inducted into the Cancer Champions Club as a pilot to be replicated across the country. Some of the visibly excited cancer champions are determined to take the message of hope to their communities.
I learned that cancer is the disorder in the cell of the movement of the body. And cancer, it helps us with the awareness. And I've learned that cancer is aware this.
Cancer is a disease that is caused by disorder in the growth or the movement of cells in the body, which is harmful to our health normally. Just anybody that hears of cancer will know that cancer is deadly. But we have learned today that it's deadly, yes, but there's a way we can cure, not ultimately cure, but we can also prevent the spread of cancer.
Anybody in secondary school are starting points, and then we'll build, and from there we'll be able to find out, because we want the children to determine how we build this is our launching program, and I'm very excited that I did it in this school in Nigeria.
The students-led Cormode Cancer Champions Club will be dedicated to raising awareness and providing support to those affected by the disease, while also empowering students to take responsibility in the immediate communities.
The Conference Secretary of the United Methodist Church in Nigeria, Reverend Emmanuel Ande, announced that Bishop John Wesley Yohana is no longer a member of the church, hence the need for him to distance himself from the church property. The church has been fraught with controversy since its leaders returned from the church's General Conference in Charlotte, North Carolina, United States of America. The controversy followed the alleged adoption of same-sex marriage by some factions in the church, which the Nigerian branch described as unethical. Speaking against the bishop, who he alleged distanced himself from the local church to join the Global Methodist Church, and they called on the security agencies to ensure that the bishop does not go away with the church property.
To call the attention of the government to note that Bishop Yohana is trying to foment trouble within the United Methodist Church. It is important that the government call him into order. It is important that the government should ask Bishop Yohana to step aside since he has joined a new denomination, and allow members of the United Methodist Church who want to stay in the United Methodist Church to do their own work. We want to let the general public to know that we are guided by the church laws, which are called the Book of Discipline. We have already applied legal action. There are matters that are before the High Court to safeguard and protect the properties of the United Methodist Church. And that matter is calling for an order that will restrain the bishop, the trustee, and every person that wants to leave the United Methodist Church from tampering with the properties of the United Methodist Church. We are peace-loving people. That is why we venture into legal action. We don't take arms, we don't take knife, we don't take cutlass in our hands. We know the law, we are law-abiding citizens of this country, and we will remain staying.
Please stay on as we take a short commercial break.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
In business news, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, has extended the production quota of 1.5 million barrels of crude per day for Nigeria to 2025. The Intergovernmental Organization announced the extension at its 37th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting. As part of the resolutions at its last ministerial meeting on November 30, 2023, the oil cartel increased Nigeria's production level to 1.5 million barrels per day for 2024. Earlier, OPEC said Nigeria's production level of 1.5 million barrels per day should be maintained from January 1, 2025 to December 31, 2025. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Aggaji. Thank you for being there.
and I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Women are shattering glass ceilings around the globe, making indelible marks across sectors, and the Nigerian banking industry is not left out, as Adora Umeoji joins the list of female chief executive officers (CEO) in the sector. In this feature, we bring you the profile of female chief executives of banks in the country. Adora Umeoji. Umeoji has over 30 years of experience in banking, including 26 years at Zenith Bank. Before Umeoji was appointed GCEO designate, she held the position of Deputy Managing Director of Zenith Bank from October 2016. She obtained a bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Jos, a bachelor's degree in accounting, and a first-class honors in law from Bayes University, Abuja. Umeoji is also a graduate of the University of Salford, United Kingdom, where she bagged a Master of Laws degree. She also obtained a Master's in Business Administration (MBA) from the University of Calabar and a doctorate in Business Administration from Apollos University, USA. Bolaji Agbede. Bolaji Agbede, acting Group CEO of Access Holdings, took over on February 13 following the death of Herbert Wigwe, the company's former GCEO. Agbede has worked in banking operations, customer relationship management, and human resources management departments for over 27 years. Beginning her career in 1992 as an executive trainee, she worked her way up to manager in 2001 at Guarantee Trust Bank, where she also held various positions such as vault custodian and relationship manager. She subsequently served as CEO of JKG Limited, a business consulting firm, in 2003. Agbede joined Access Bank in 2003 and as an assistant general manager and was responsible for managing the bank's portfolio of chemical trading companies. She also headed the bank's human resources department between 2010 and 2022 and was appointed the company's founding executive director, business support, in 2022. Agbede holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics from the University of Lagos, 1990, and subsequently obtained a Master of Business Administration degree from Cranfield University in 2002. Miriam Olusonya. Miriam Olusonya is the MD of Guarantee Trust Bank Nigeria Limited, a subsidiary of Guarantee Trust Holding Company, GTCO PLC, a position she assumed in July 2021. After beginning her career at the bank in 1998 as an executive trainee, Olusonya advanced through the ranks and now possesses over 25 years of experience in a variety of banking-related fields, including corporate finance, investment banking, financial markets, asset and liability management, investor relations, and transaction services. Before her appointment as the bank's MD, she was appointed Executive Director in 2018 and held positions as the group's treasurer and head of its wholesale banking division. Olusonya currently serves as a non-executive director on the board of GT Bank Gambia Limited. She is also a non-executive director of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS) and the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities (SANEF). She graduated from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, with a bachelor's degree in pharmacy (B.Pharm) and the University of Liverpool, UK, with a master's degree in business administration, finance and accounting. Nneka Onyeali-Ikpe. Nneka Onyeali-Ikpe took office as MD CEO of Fidelity Bank on January 1, 2021, becoming the first female MD CEO in the bank's history. Before the appointment, she was Executive Director, the Southwest Region, overseeing the bank's business in the region's 6 states from January 2015 to December 2020. She has professional experience of over 30 years across various banks, having commenced her career in 1986. Onyali Ikpe has worked at Standard Chartered Bank PLC, Zenith Bank PLC and Citizens International Bank Limited, where she held several management positions in legal, treasury, investment banking, retail commercial banking and corporate banking. Onyali Ikpe holds Bachelors of Law (LLB) and Masters of Laws (LLM) degrees from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka and King's College London, respectively. Yemisi Edun. Yemisi Edun is MD and CEO of First City Monument Bank, the first woman to ever hold the position at the organization. She assumed the position in July 2021 following an allegation of marital infidelity against Adam Nuhu, the former FCMB MD. Edun started her career in 1987 as a corporate finance specialist with Akintola Williams Deloitte, a member firm of Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu. Thereafter, Edun joined FCMB in 2000 as the divisional head of internal audit and control before assuming the role of Chief Financial Officer, CFO, of the bank in 2015. Edun holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Ife, Nigeria, and a master's degree in international accounting and finance from the University of Liverpool, UK. Tomi Somefun. Tomi Somefun was appointed MD CEO of Unity Bank PLC in August 2015. Prior to her appointment, she served as the Executive Director overseeing the Lagos and Southwest Business Directorates and the Treasury Department of the bank. She has 35 years of experience in the private sector, 26 of which are in the banking industry. From 1982 to 1986, she worked as a senior audit assistant for KPMG, which was the beginning of her nearly 40-year journey to become the formidable banker she is today. After working for a few more years as a senior auditor at Arthur Andersen, she left in 1989 to become an associate at Ventures and Trusts Limited. Veering into the banking sector, she began working with Credit Bank Limited before joining UBA Group, where she served as the MD CEO of two significant UBA subsidiaries, including UBA Pensions Custodian, a startup company which was founded with her as the pioneer MD. She graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University in 1981 with a Bachelor of Education in English Language. Yetunde Oni. Yetunde Oni in January 2024 was appointed by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, as the MD CEO of Union Bank of Nigeria. Until her appointment with the bank, Oni was a financial services leader with a successful career spanning over 30 years, holding senior positions in international and local banks and focusing on emerging markets. Before she made it to the top of the financial institution, Oni had an 11-year stint at Echo Bank Transnational Incorporated as a relationship manager from 1994 to 2005. In September 2014, Oni held the position of Pioneer Head of Commercial Clients at Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited, before becoming the lender's MD and Country Head of Commercial Banking in West Africa in 2017. In January 2021, Oni achieved a significant milestone by becoming the first female MD CEO of Standard Chartered Bank in Sierra Leone. Oni is a University of Ibadan graduate with a bachelor's degree in economics and has an MBA from Bangor University, Wales. Ireti Samuel Ogbu. Ireti Samuel Ogbu, appointed in September 2020, doubles as the CEO of Citibank Nigeria and Citibank's country officer for Nigeria and Ghana. Before appointed CEO of Citibank Nigeria, Samuel Ogbu was the Europe, Middle East and Africa EMEA head, Payments and Receivables Treasury and Trade Solutions (TTS) under Citi's Institutional Clients Group (ICG), based in London, UK. She has also served as a non-executive director on the board of Citibank Nigeria Limited. For the past 32 years, Samuel Ogbu has held various roles across Citibank's businesses in the UK, Nigeria and South Africa, having worked in each of the countries twice. Samuel Ogbu obtained a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance from Middlesex University, UK, and has an MBA from the University of Bradford, UK. Kafilat Araoye. Kafilat Araoye was appointed in 2020 as the MD CEO of Lotus Bank. She started her career in 1988 at National Oil and Chemicals Marketing Company PLC, now Cornell Nigeria PLC, and moved in 1990 to GT Bank as the pioneer head of HR. Her last position at the firm was General Manager and Group Head, Human Resource Group, a position she exited in 2015. Subsequently, Araoye moved to XYZ Outsourcing and Management Consulting Limited. From 2015 to 2020, Araoye holds a first degree in history from the Obafemi Awolowo University and a master's degree in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos, graduating as the best student in her class.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. The Themes Plus agenda underscores Governor Sanwo-Olu's intensified focus on social inclusion, gender equality, and youth development. This has been the driving force behind his efforts to strengthen and reinforce the state's governance agenda, ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of their social status, gender, or age. Through carefully designed policies and programs, Sanwo-Olu is committed to ensuring that all Lagosians are carried along and their needs are catered to. As he marks the anniversary of the second term, the governor has once again promised that this period will be even more rewarding for the people of Lagos with the consolidation of his reforms and governance at higher levels. This is the Greater Lagos vision, and it is indeed rising. On this episode, Governor Sanwo-Olu assures Lagosians of more dividends of democracy as he marks 1 year anniversary of his second tenure, commissions 15 locally built new ferries at Baduri, Aja. Justice sector reforms, Sanwo-Olu reinstates commitment to make Lagos safe investment heaven. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us.
I stood before you, Lagos, privileged beyond measure, to take a second and final oath of office as your governor, to ask you to join me on a journey to a greater Lagos.
With a promise to uplift and transform, Mr. Governor has steered us through a year marked by groundbreaking achievements and unwavering progress. Under his dynamic leadership, Lagos has witnessed unprecedented advancements. The inauguration of the iconic Red Line and Blue Line rail projects has redefined our city's transportation landscape, enhancing connectivity and opening up new avenues for growth and development. These rail lines are not just infrastructure projects, they represent the promise of a more accessible and interconnected Lagos for all. In the heart of our creative industry, the establishment recognized as a global powerhouse, Lagos's participation in the Lord Mayor's Show was a landmark event, showcasing the city's dynamic cultural landscape and diverse population to the world. It underscored Lagos's pivotal role as a hub for commerce, culture, and innovation, further solidifying its reputation as the gateway to Africa. To strengthen food security, initiatives like Lagos Trader Money, the Lagos Food Discount Markets, and the Agro Fresh Food Hub are transforming lives, empowering small traders and farmers to thrive. With 750 million naira, Lagos Market Trader Money has empowered 15,000 beneficiaries, turning dreams into reality and businesses into success stories, while the Agro Fresh Food Hub and Food Discount Markets ensure everyone has access to fresh and affordable foodstuff. We also distributed 500,000 food boxes to vulnerable residents. These initiatives are empowering communities and driving inclusive growth. To unleash the full potential of our dynamic youth demographic, we successfully graduated over 4,000 trainees from our 19 skill acquisition centers. Geared towards empowering communities at the grassroots level, this program aims to cultivate self-reliance and entrepreneurial spirit. Lagos is experiencing unprecedented levels of investor confidence as billions of naira are flowing into the state's economy. Some other major projects on the way are the new Massey Children Hospital, 4th Mainland Bridge, Lekki International Airport, 2nd phase of the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos Food Systems and Logistics Hub. In the past year, Mr. Governor has laid the foundation for a brighter future for Lagos. Together, we are building a city that thrives on progress, unity, and resilience. Here's to a year of remarkable achievements and many more to come. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for your unwavering dedication to making Lagos the city of our dreams.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his commitment to make Lagos a safe haven for investments through the reform of the justice sector. Speaking at the opening ceremony of the Justice Reform Summit held in Lagos, the governor noted that Lagos needs a stronger justice system to attract more investments.
The two-day summit saw a large turnout of men of the legal profession converging on this hall. They are here to brainstorm on pressing challenges facing the judicial system. In his welcome address, Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice Lawal Pedro, SAN, noted that the summit was part of measures towards the transformation of the state justice system. Pedro urged participants to recommend ways to address delayed justice delivery.
To underscore the objective of investment in both foreign and local direct investment. Therefore, in case of any dispute, the investment should not be unduly tied down by protracted litigation.
Declaring the summit open, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu called for innovative thinking and a robust legal system.
In 1965, less than 60 years ago, the per capita of Singapore was about $500. Now, the man says it's 8,000. Where was Lagos and where are we now? Where is our country? Are we just want to be the giant in Africa for nothing? Do we just want to take that accolade that says that we're the largest nation in what respect? We don't have proper rule of law. We don't have access to the judicial system. We don't have the real relevant things that can make us the real champions in that space.
At the forum, Governor Sanwo-Olu voiced his displeasure over inclusion of Lagos in the FG state suits. He said the state should have been left out of the legal action instituted by the federal government against 36 governors over alleged misconduct in the administration of local governments.
The other Federal should have done a due diligence to identify which states are not in compliance, so that nobody else can I'm able to show example that out of 36, 4 are exempted, is 31 that are taken to the Supreme Court. Yes. And that's part of the back work that we need to do. And you can see, and the conversation is about today, judiciary. This is like 2 big conversations that we have in the news today. The last week, a poor man, or a big woman, and a rich man. Excuse this engagement to truly really be able to reform the sector.
Famed enhancing the administration of justice for economic growth, investment protection, and security in Lagos State. The ceremony had addresses from juries, including a representative of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Justice Kazim Alugba, and others also spoke at the summit.
To underscore the objective of this summit, the State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment just revealed that in the last 1 year, state government successfully attracted about billions of investment in both foreign and local direct investment. Therefore, in case of any dispute, the investment should not be unduly tied down by protracted litigation.
So whatever you do with the law will impact directly or indirectly on society, particularly starting from the profession itself. We cannot gainsay it that the profession is losing a lot of its life. It is not for nothing.
There is no doubt in my mind that this justice summit will bring much needed innovations in the justice sector, which will go a long way in alleviating the current challenges facing the administration of justice in Nigeria. The increased economic growth and the diversity in the population of Lagos State, with their attendant challenges, calls for constant law reform and implementation of the laws.
Reiterating lessons from Singapore, the keynote speaker, Gregory Vijayendran, a former president, the Law Society of the Republic of Singapore, said that the rule of law was the foundation of the growth of his country. He highlighted this in his presentation of lessons Lagos can learn from the island country and city-state. Love Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Èkó Akété, ìlú ọgbọ́n. Èkó Akété, ìlú ọgbọ́n. Arọ́mọdé kò má já o. Èkó Arọ́mísà, lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
The governor arrives at Baduri for the commissioning. These high-capacity commercial ferries constructed in Lagos have the ability to transport 40 passengers each. Prior to this, Governor Sanwo-Olu conducts an inspection of the boatyard, which is owned and operated by Caverton Marine in partnership with the Lagos State government. The governor swiftly prepared for the day's task, ready to tackle the business at hand. Filled with joy, Governor Sanwo-Olu expresses his enthusiasm for the new ferries, highlighting their capacity to accommodate 40 passengers each. These vessels operate on a convenient cowrie card payment system, showcasing the administration's commitment to sustainable transportation development.
But given the day and how momentous it is, we could not have had a better ceremony than what we're doing and having here today. What was chosen to come and tell the citizens of Lagos that the first pillar of our economic agenda, which is the T, which stands for transportation and traffic management. That's the pillar we have chosen today to come and demonstrate our commitment to you, to come and say to you that everything we've said to ensure that we have a comprehensive, integrated, urban mass transportation system will not be shortchanged. We will ensure that all the verticals around public transportation, none of those verticals are left unattended to. And today is the turn of marine transportation. We have done so many things. We have built so many ferry terminals. We built so many jetties. We've handed over several tens of ferries. But today, we need to increase that fleet. We need to do it in a bigger and a better way.
The governor emphasized that the addition of these 15 new ferries will not only save numerous hours wasted in traffic, but also enhance the efficiency of public investment in water transportation. He said the deployment of these ferries signifies a promising future for the residents of Lagos.
And to the good people of Lagos, these ferries are built for you, by you, and with your commitment and your contribution to us. It symbolizes better days ahead for us. As we launch them into our waterways, let us do with collective pride. Let's do this with collective pride and a sense of purpose. Let's see it as another public asset that we need to take care of. Let's understand that once you enter the ferry, that there's another passenger that's coming right behind you. You don't need to keep it unwell. You don't need to keep it dirty. Please ensure that we keep it clean and safe, because there will be another passenger that will be coming right behind you. See it as part of your contribution into the public, goods, into the public assets that government has provided for you. Let us continue to strive for excellence in our collective endeavors. I think it's the former president of the US, Henry Ford, that once said that coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is work in progress. But working together, in his view and in our view, is success. We believe that we're on a journey of working together with you, Lagosians. We believe that we're on a journey at ensuring that all of the verticals around our team's agenda are being responsibly dealt with. In health and environment, just 2 days ago, we signed another MOU where we'll be doing over 2,500 waste conversion to electricity. It's a $140 million investment that is a foreign direct investment. These are some of the capabilities that we're trying to develop locally. We've got over 12,000 metric tons of waste that we generate on a daily basis in Lagos. It's part of our cardinal deliverables under health and environment. In all of our hospitals, the new ones that we're doing, Massey Children's Hospital is going on well.
The new general hospital in Ozo will be nearing completion very soon. The massive hospital in Ketirinu is going on well, which is a massive, mental health hospital, and the will also is on track, is on budget, and other renovations that we're doing within our health institutions are going on. We have unbundled, the health access to ensure that health is not only accessible but affordable.
Oluwaseun Oshiyemi is the Commissioner for Transportation in Lagos State. During his address, he highlighted that the newly introduced ferries offer a more comfortable option compared to the current 20-passenger ferries operating on the waterways.
Testament to our collective commitment to enhancing the quality of life for all Lagos residents. This initiative is a bold step towards achieving a more efficient, sustainable and accessible transportation system, reflecting our unwavering dedication to progress and innovation. The Omnibus Ferries project is not just about improving transportation, it's about transforming how we live and move. It is about connecting communities, fostering economic growth, and reducing the stress and congestion that often characterize our daily commutes. These state-of-the-art ferries, with their modern amenities and safety features, will not only ensure passengers a comfortable and secure journey, but also herald a new era of convenience and efficiency in Lagos.
Lagos State currently manages a total of 7 terminals and jetties. Love Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
The 1-month-long Lagos State Government Annual Ministerial Press Briefing to unveil projects and achievements of the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration 1 year into the second tenure has come to an end. The program saw ministries, departments and agencies in the state brief the media on their achievements in the last year, as well as plans for the coming years. The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said the government decided to resuscitate the annual event 3 years after it was suspended in order to keep Lagosians abreast with some of the projects which Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has executed since he returned for a second term in office.
Ahead of the first-year anniversary of the second tenure of the Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration, ministries, departments, agencies and parastatals of the Lagos State government besieged the Baguda Catho Press Center in Alausa, Ikeja. For straight 1 month, they took turn to give account of stewardship of progress reports and achievements made into the lifespan of the renewed tenure of the Sanwo-Olu's-led administration. Gbenga Omotosho is the Commissioner for Information and Strategy. He said the government decided to resuscitate the annual event 3 years after it was suspended in order to keep Lagosians abreast with some of the projects executed this second term in office. One after the other, the ministries interfaced with the gentlemen of the press, reeling out their achievements and plans for the coming years ahead of the 1-year anniversary.
We have done quite a number of partnerships and collaborations within the last 1 year. Of note is the Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange collaboration with the Lagos State government, particularly under the Lagos Rice Mill Imota. So the partnership is such that it gives Lagos the room to be able to do so much around the rice mill.
In the last 1 year of the second term of the administration, the ministry stepped up its activities in its commitment to attract and sustain viable and vibrant investment and develop commercial, trade, industrial and cooperative-based activities in the state. We sought to drive sustainable economic growth through improved business support policies and infrastructures to continue to attract foreign and domestic investments, and also to ensure that the equal growth of nanos and micro, small and medium enterprises also thrived.
Healthcare, as we acknowledge, is not just an individual concern, but a collective responsibility. It requires the concerted effort of every sector of society, the government, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and the public at large. Our administration, under the leadership of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, recognizes the critical role of health in the socio-economic development of our state. Healthy citizens are the backbone of a robust economy, and every step we take towards improving the healthcare is a step towards a more prosperous Lagos.
The program was held between April 23rd and May 28th.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of tell the African story.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Oyedoku. Bye-bye now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections. And I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you will help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa, hello world. You're watching Plus TV Africa and the program is Sports Business with Olufo Ezaga. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. Today, we're going to be talking about football, and then we're also going to be talking about sports merchandising, all in Nigeria, of course. You know this program's focus is the local industry. We're going to be telling you a lot of stuff that you need to know about sports business that could change the way you look at the industry and probably open an opportunity or two for you or your organization. Today is another exciting package that we have coming for you. The program is going to be broken into 2 segments. We're going to be speaking with 2 foreign investors in the Nigerian Premier Football League who are going to be telling us how much progress they have made so far. And then we're also going to be talking to a sports merchandising entrepreneur. First is Mr. Ed Simons. He is the president of Propel Sports Africa. Propel Sports Africa is the streaming partner of the league. And then we're going to be talking to Mr. Paul Dickoff, who is a Manchester City legend, as well as a director of Propel Sports Africa. Remember, I said Propel Sports Africa is a streaming partner of the MPFL, and they're the ones ensuring that Nigerians at home and abroad, as a matter of fact, football fans around the world can get to see the MPFL on every match day. All right, and then subsequently we'll talk to Mr. Paul Madwako, who is the CEO of ProStar, a sports merchandising company, and he's going to be talking to us about the challenges and opportunities for sports merchandising firms in Nigeria. Now, I'm going to talk to you about a bit about what happened to me this weekend. I went to watch a football game at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. I went with a couple of friends. As a matter of fact, I went with 4 friends because they brought 2 friends of their own. And we had a great time. It was a match between Sporting Lagos and Rangers, Enugu Rangers. Both sides needed the points. You know, we are just about 5 weeks to the end of the season. Now we have 4 rounds of games left. Now, Sporting Lagos are fighting relegation, and Enugu Rangers are leaders of the league. When we got into the stadium, the atmosphere was absolutely breathtaking, all right? And as you can see on your screen, the Nigerian Premier Football League is growing, because the video you have now is the video of a different match, the match in Ibadan involving Shooting Stars of Ibadan. The stadium was packed to the rafters, all right? So yeah, the MPFL is growing. Music was like that in this country. At one time, it was all foreign music, and then slowly the local music took over. Today, it's all local music and a little of foreign. That's where our football is going. And I was talking about the Sporting Lagos match. It was a thrilling match, but in addition to that, you know, it brought, you know, based on my interactions with my friends, it brought real, you know, it made very real what sports business actually is, you know, what sports does for a country's economy. Because from the moment you walked in, from getting your tickets to going through the security barriers and getting in, getting served, you know, watching players, match officials, club officials. I mean, these are all jobs created, you know, by sports, and these are jobs that, you know, we sorely need in our country today, especially for our young population who are, you know, our population is growing. We need to keep them engaged, and we need to give them quality jobs. And the sports industry can do that for us if we take it a lot more seriously. As you can see, we are beginning to take it as seriously as we should take it. Now I'm going to give you a short break. We're going to go on a very, very short break, about a minute or so that you can, you know, readjust, stretch your legs, get some water, invite a friend or two to join you in watching the program. Because when we return, we're going to be speaking with Ed Simons and Paul Dickov. And basically, when we return, the business begins. You're welcome back to Sports Business with Orufuo Ezaga. Like I said, I have two foreign investors in the Nigerian Premier Football League to talk to us about what they're doing and where they see the MPFL going in the future. First is Mr. Ed Simons. He's the president of Propel Sports Africa, the streaming partners to the league. Hi, Ed, are you with us now?
I am, and thank you for having me back again. It's a privilege to be on your show.
Thank you. It's always a great time talking to you. Like you said, this is your second appearance on the program. Joining Ed to speak with us is Paul Dickov, the Manchester City legend. And I'll tell you what, he achieved legendary status sometime around in 1999, I think, when he scored one of the most important goals in the club's history ever. All right, so let me welcome Mr. Paul Dickov.
How are you? Thank you for having me. 99 seems a long time ago now, and it's 25 years later already. So I'm still living off the back of that goal now, 25 years later, and long may it continue. I was a very lucky boy.
You know, I like that. See, that's the one thing I like about, European, how you Europeans go about your sport. The fact that you have heroes and then you celebrate them for long periods of time. I think probably something that I would like to encourage in these parts because, I don't know, I think, most of our clubs need to celebrate, to create legends and stars because these are the people that bring fans to our stadiums. What do you think?
Yes, I completely agree, and I'm very fortunate with my relationship with Manchester City and especially the fans. The club for me is one of the biggest clubs in the world now, creating history in the Premier League, again winning 4 Premier Leagues in a row for the first time ever. But it's important to the owners, to the fans and to the club that they don't forget the former players from before. And it's something I'm very honoured about, and you're completely right about the NPFL clubs and their former players as well. There's been some fantastic talent to come out of Nigeria over the last 20 years, and it would be great to see them honoured in the same way from the clubs there as well, because the fans want to see it. People within the football clubs, the fans are the most important. The owners, the players, the managers are custodians of the club. The one thing that never changes is the passion of the fans, and especially in Nigeria.
Yeah. Okay, Ed, we feel that, fans are beginning to, get warm up to the MPFL. It used to be really bad, but now, I don't know if you saw the video of the Shooting Stars game. It was a packed stadium, and in Lagos, we had a grand time as well. Do you feel that at Propel Sport that the momentum is beginning to build?
We feel it every weekend, week in and week out. The interaction that we get from the fans through our OTT platform and through social media tells us exactly what you're saying, that there is a groundswell of enthusiasm that's building up in Nigeria because at last they can see their heroes. They've never been able to see them before. They've never been able to have the opportunity unless they went to a game, and because Nigeria is such a vast country where it's expensive to travel around, you never got to see your teams. Now, on your mobile app, on your telephone, you can watch your games not only in Nigeria, but 20 million Nigerians around the world in the diaspora are able to support their teams. They can watch Sporting Lagos. They can see them and cheer them and get to know them and get to know the players. That's what MPFL Live was intended to be, and it's becoming. And obviously, we're working very hard to make sure that continues. Last weekend, as Paul knows, we were very fortunate enough to be partnering, the streaming partner for William Truce for the launch of his foundation, and we streamed his all-star charity match to launch the foundation, not only in Nigeria, but throughout the world. And we had thousands of people tuning in. It was free to watch, and we had thousands of people registering to see it.
Okay.
That's what MPFL and MPFL Live is becoming, and the fans are coming back to the stadium, and it's wonderful to watch.
Okay. Now, let's look at the numbers, because that's where, that's how you can interest your business partners. What are the numbers looking like now? Are you growing? Can you give us a sense of the sort of growth that you have experienced?
We are growing. It took us several months to organize the payment integration. And in fact, it was a Nigerian company, Paystack, and Shola, who of course is the owner of Sporting Lagos, with his technical team, that was able to break down all of the technical barriers and make the integration with the Pixelops system work. So all of the technical brains around the world couldn't make it happen. The Nigerian pay company, Paystack, were able to do that. And so we only fully integrated it 2 weeks ago, and there has been the break in the league, but we are seeing the numbers grow very steadily and well in Nigeria, and also taking off around the world. We have to market that, because people aren't aware of it yet outside Nigeria, so that's our next task. But people are talking about it, and the word of mouth, as you know, Kenneth, is by far the best recommendation. So there's a general buzz in the air from viewers, and we can tell from sponsors who are now contacting us and saying, how can we be involved for next season? What can we do to be part of your programs? How can we integrate? And obviously, with Paul's experience as being a global ambassador for Manchester City, who have by far the best linked sponsorship program of any soccer club in the world, they are masters at it, in involving them in youth teams, in women's teams, in the under-21 teams, and then of course the Premier League team. So with Paul being a founder director as well, I like to say to him that his global ambassador is only part-time and he needs to be full-time with Propel, but I haven't convinced him that yet.
Is he doing anything to further advance your Nigerian operations? Because I imagine that he's a mini ambassador. He should be a mini ambassador for the MPFL.
He should. He absolutely. You tell him, because he should do. He should. When he's presenting the Premier League trophy, he should also be saying, and by the way, let me tell you about the Nigerian Premier League. But he does. He's in China. When are you in China? Very shortly, aren't you?
A week today. Yeah, next Tuesday.
And he'll be talking about Nigerian Premier Football League soccer.
Absolutely.
At the highest possible level of sports. It's a fantastic asset for us, and it's his ability and his status that allows that to happen.
Are you going to be around for the final round of games? I'm talking to Paul now.
What dates are the games, the final round?
Are you going to be around for the final round of the MPFL games, the season-ending games?
Yes, I would love to be around for that. I've got a little break.
We're all trying to get out, and if Paul's schedule allows him, he'll be with us. The problem is they might want to sign him up to play, and then.
I'm far too old for that now.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He tells me he's still got it, so
yeah.
Okay, so let me see if I can pick. Let me see if I can pick Paul's brains a bit, because he's played football at the very highest levels, and so I imagine he understands the way, the inner workings of these clubs, how you guys win fans and then retain them. What are the sort of things that you do in Europe or England specifically that you think that we can do to further improve fan support in Nigeria?
Yeah, well, I think first and foremost, the fans, they need to be the feeling that they're involved in the club, that they're part of the club.
Yeah.
You know, there's too many clubs around the world, and includes some clubs in the UK in this as well. That they look at their football club as just a product. What they've got to realise is that the fans, they're the people that have always been there from whenever the football clubs got started, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, till this day, and in the next 100 years, the one common denominator that is going to be involved in that club are the fans. You know, you have to look at the product on the pitch, but you need to make the football club and the players and the staff and everything that they do, you have to make it accessible to the fans.
Yeah.
And this is why, and the streaming that we're doing with Propel Africa, you know, we want to have the fans involved. We want them to watch Nigerian football, not just the people in Nigeria. We want people on a global basis to see what Nigerian football is all about and how good it is and how passionate the fans is. And that's one of the reasons why we're involved in this.
Okay. Okay, so Ed, let's talk about the sponsors, yeah? What kind of sponsorships do you have now? You know, the last time we spoke, you were talking about Paystack. So Paystack apparently has come on board. You had, can't remember now. So tell us, apart from MTN, Paystack, what else do you have on your table?
Well, we have a gaming company. I was getting mixed up with the names. NairaBet, who are on board. We are negotiating at the moment with a major international drinks company, which obviously I can't name until it's signed, but we are down the line with them. Paul is talking to also a major global sports kit company, which we would like to bring on board. The other thing that we have done, which we announced yesterday, was to bring on to the board as an executive director a scion of the famous Nigerian Macaulay family, Vince Macaulay, who is the grandson of one of the great founding fathers of modern day Nigeria. Okay. Vince has been a friend of mine for 30 years, and I honestly didn't know that he came from Nigeria and grew up in Nigeria, and he is so well respected, and he's out in Lagos at the moment with Basil. Came over for the weekend, met with the president of the NFF with Basil, and of course that gives great credibility for us with local sponsors. You know, we can talk to global sponsors who may not be familiar with Nigeria. They see it as an opportunity, but they don't know enough about it. But Vince, of course, who's grown up in Nigeria, who is part of the fabric of Nigeria, can speak with local Nigerian companies about bringing them on board. And we're very confident during the close season and ready for next season, we will be landing some very interesting sponsors. Okay, so I think that, I don't know what you guys are doing to further drive engagement with fans. It's a year now. On social media, we all know that social media is very important in building big fan bases today, not just locally, but internationally. And I think that maybe it would be nice for us to see on a weekly basis some sort of, you know, highlights or goals of the week, or, you know, some sort of analysis, like it's the end of the season, who is going to win the title. It's looking like a photo finish. You know, when do you think you want to start doing stuff like that? Well, you could not be more correct. We had started doing highlights packages. It wasn't working properly. We put it on hold. We are now recommencing it now, and I'm sure that for the end of the season, we'll be doing all of that. You know, a review of the season, the best goals, the best saves, all of those things are vital for fan engagement. It's the kind of things that they carry around, particularly on their mobile phones, where they can share it with their friends, they can discuss it, they can argue about who scored the best goal, who made the best save. And one of the things that when you ask Paul about, how do you move this forward, the fact now that all the games are now on television or mobile devices means that everybody can see that the games are fair.
Yeah.
They can see that they're properly refereed. They can see that the standard is good, and that creates the confidence. They can't say, "Oh, this wasn't fair. We should have been awarded this, and we should have been awarded that." Now they can see it for themselves, and that then creates a proper debate. So all of those things are equally of weighted importance, and we're working hard to make sure that those packages, as you're right, social media, there is nothing to touch that now. You can reach 50 million people in one shot if you've got the right social media activity, and that's something that we're working very hard on to make
or
sure.
you could bring Paul to Nigeria and have him play a 5-minute game or something with one of the clubs. I'm sure that would be, at his age, yes, he's well past it, but he can play 5 minutes.
A maximum of 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I think I've got that left in my body.
Kenneth, that Paul's son, and I'm sure Paul won't mind me saying this, his son, Max, is a wonderful player with Brentford and has followed in his father's footsteps. So he will be a Premier League star. And then we'll have 2 Dickoffs. I've never forgiven Paul for leaving Arsenal. So the fact that we're talking about his goal for City, of course, is really rubbing salt in the wound for me. But we will definitely, I promise you, either for the end of this season or the beginning of next season, Paul Dickov will make his debut in Nigeria.
It will be a good promotion for you, very good promotion for the league as well, because it can expand, it can get people to talk about it, and that would be good. Now, Ed, what about your relationship with the league managers, the MPFL board, the NFF, as well as the strategic partners, GTI Asset Management?
GTI?
Yeah.
Look, this year has been a learning curve for relationships. We have huge respect for GTI and Nelson and Obabuka, and of course with Mr. Kubenga at the Premier League. Sometimes it's difficult, to keep that relationship permanently on track when we are so far away, and we might try and see how we can be more frequently in Nigeria to meet with everybody. But it was a learning curve. We set out to break ground for Nigerian football, and we think in one season we've done what it took B-Sky B 3 years to achieve, which was coverage of all of the games. I'm sure there are times when GTI and MPFL and Mr. Kubenga were frustrated with us, and we may have been with them, but we enjoy a very good relationship with them, and they know that we are doing our very best, both in terms of time, effort, and money, to invest in the best possible outcome for the MPFL, and we know that they've given us their confidence. So I'm sure, there are times when Sky and Eurosport, etc., have difficulties with the EFL. Paul could tell us more about that. But at the end of the day, it's a working relationship. When there are issues, we work through them, we get them solved, and the most important thing is the product is on air.
Okay, let me turn to Paul, right?
Yes, I think that just on Ed's answer there, I think it's important if you look at the Premier League as a whole. You know, it started 31 years ago.
Okay.
And when it first started in the new format and Sky came in to do all the TV broadcasting, there was a lot of question marks about it at the time. It didn't happen straight away, but now you look at 31 years later, it's now the most watched, not just football league, the most watched sports league on a global basis in the world. The viewers that they've got, because they've been able to go in and they've had time to get the product right, and they've built it, and the fans all look. I'm so fortunate. I travel to a lot of different countries with Manchester City, and I see how big the English Premier League is now everywhere. China, India. I was in Argentina last month, Indonesia, Australia. It's huge, and that's all came from the coverage that Sky first gave the Premier League. And now for the NPFL, Propel Africa, our aim is to get these figures up to somewhere near that on a global basis to get it done, because we find that it's so important. Not just for Nigerians to watch the NPFL, I think for people on a global basis to see it and to get their team and back it as well, and see how fantastic it can be.
Yeah, I think that basically the key to the success of our game, whether locally or internationally, is to be sure that we get the local support right, because that's very vital. When you watch games on television and the stadiums are packed full, it's from local support, it's not from international support. So people need to know that they need to feel that local support, the energy in the stadium, the atmosphere created. You know I asked you this question before, and I'm going to go back to it because I think that it's fundamental to why football is so successful in Europe, and maybe not so much in this part of the world. The communities, the sense of ownership that fans, feel towards their clubs. No matter whether they're playing in a non-league division or in the third tier or whatever, they always support their clubs. What exactly do you think? I mean, what kind of ideas do you think our clubs need? Can you give to our clubs to ensure that we can, create this sort of community, this sense of ownership of the clubs that we have in Nigeria, from the fans, that is?
Yes, I think it's quite simple for me. You have to get things right at grassroots level to begin with. You have to get the coaching right for these young children coming through. You have to get the facilities right, and the clubs have to invest in that, because that's the fans that you're going to have for the future. They are the ones that are going to be supporting. So if you can capture them at a young age, I'm not saying 4, 5, 6, it could be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If the clubs can get the fans involved in the community, in the community part of the club as well. Community football in the UK is huge, and it's all part of the growing fan bases to get that fan basis there from the future. I'm not saying that all the young players at the grassroots level are going to make it as footballers, but there's so much more that football can give back, and football's for the fans. So you have to concentrate on getting the product right for the existing fans, but more importantly for the younger fans coming through, and get that community aspect about it, because these are the ones that are going to be supporting the clubs for the rest of their life and creating the passion and passing that on to different generations as well.
Okay, we're going to go on a short break now. Thank you very much for what you have contributed so far. It's been a fascinating program. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we would bring it home. So if you're watching now, I'd advise that you stay with us for another 20, 15 minutes. I'm sure you've had a good time. And when we return, more of that is going to continue. You're welcome to Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. The program is Sports Business, and our focus is on how to grow the domestic industry in Nigeria. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. Ed, I think you need to just let our audience know what you guys are doing to ensure that your next season would be would mean better coverage and more excitement. You know, we still are struggling with not having video replays and things like that. What are you going to do next season that fans should look forward to?
That is the 64 million naira question. We are doing a number of things. First of all, we will definitely re-engage with the highlights packages and the best moments of the matches and interviews. We will experiment with multicams linked up to our AI cameras. If you remember, when I was last on the show, one of your other guests was Matt, who we worked with over the weekend at the William Truss Foundation. We will be talking to him about engaging his production to do that. We won't do that for every game, but certainly for the main games. We will also complete all of the stadium with the Starlink internet, because there are too many incidents of dropout with the internet, and in order to ensure the best quality and the best viewer experience, we have to make sure that doesn't happen. So we will be investing. At the moment, I think we have 3 Starlink, and we will invest in another 5 to make sure that the internet connection is as good as it can be. And then it's, as I say, it's more of the same. It's bringing in sponsors. Bringing in sponsors means that we can market the games more professionally, make sure that there are wider audiences, and engage, as Paul has said, the engagement with the fan, understanding that the fan is the heartbeat of the club. It means that we can then continue to grow. But just seeing the attendances of what we're seeing now compared to when we started in September of last year in itself is very, very encouraging. So those are the things, and we will listen. We will listen to your viewers, we will listen to people of experience, and make sure that where they have ideas and we can make them work, we will adopt those into our coverage.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this question, but I'd also like Paul's input. Do you think we need a bit more drama in our league? Because over the course of the season, there's not one player I can point to now, off the top of my head, that created the sort of drama we used to have in our league way back in the 80s and 90s, and what happens in international football. No, for instance, we don't have any Eric Cantona Kung Fu kick, you know. We haven't had anything to talk about.
I wouldn't want to endorse the players jumping in the crowd and kicking the fans.
Thank goodness for that.
Yes. But I think the drama comes with the experience, and you know, I'm just looking at the NPFL table there. I think it looks as if there's plenty of drama in the league at the minute. You know, I think it's 2 points separating the top 3 teams. So it's going to be a fantastic few weeks, and hopefully you can get similar drama to what we've had here in England. With obviously the games went down to the last game of the season.
And Paul's right. That creates, the drama will create itself. You can't manufacture drama, otherwise it's no longer drama. Drama comes in the heat of the moment when there's 3 minutes left in the game to decide the league, and a goal is scored, or a save is made, or a foul is committed.
Yeah, like Sporting Lagos. There have been some fantastic goals from Remo Stars, and there was this goal by Sporting Lagos, 16 passes, and then goal. It wasn't touched by the opponent. You know, these are the things that we see from Europe that make us go, you know, crazy with joy. But they happen in our league as well, and we need to tell more of the stories so that people can see that the MPFL has good content both on and off the pitch. It's been great having you guys on the program, Ed and Paul. I hope to engage with you further. The more we get into this business of building the MPFL. Thank you very much, and have a good...
It's our pleasure. Thank you for having us. I'm delighted to be able to introduce Paul to the Nigerian public. I'm sure lots of them already knew of him from his playing days, but we are delighted to be with you. And
we're expecting him in Nigeria, and when he comes, we're expecting him also to lace his boots.
Yeah, that's no problem. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Just for the 5 minutes, yeah? No longer than 5 minutes.
Sorry?
I said I'll just play for the 5 minutes, no longer.
No problem. You know, and there's some legends here that would want to also test your how well you still are, you know, in the game. There's still the JJ Okochas, the Kanu Nwankwas, the Mutiu Adepoju's. You know, Ed, when they come, I think you need to prepare an all-star match. You know, it doesn't matter whether they're
we definitely will do that.
All right,
yeah,
then.
I'll speak to my good friend Yakubu as well and get him over. Very good friend.
No problem. All right, then. Nice talking to you. So, ladies and so now we're going to go to Mr. Paul Maduako, who is a sports merchandising entrepreneur. He's the CEO of ProStar, and he's done extensive work in the sports industry for over 20 years. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Afternoon, my brother.
Yeah, you should have been in the studio with me today. I know that, you know, the strike is being called off now, but I'm happy that you're still with us, even if virtually. You know, how are you today?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm cool. Thank you so much.
Okay, so tell us about ProStar. You're the first guest on this program who is into sports merchandising or sports merchandise. What are you doing in that industry? What exactly are you doing right now, and how easy or how difficult has it been?
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Nigerians. Good afternoon, viewers. My name is Mr. Paul Maduako. I'm the MD CEO of Zenith Sports, and ProStar is our brand product. We used to be Haggai, but we choose to rebrand, and the process of the branding we came about the Haggai name. Haggai, as it is, used to be one of the local brands that is competing among the likes, but we now found out that we need to step up our game. We need to look at the international stage and play a premium game. That was why we came up with the brand ProStar.
Okay, so the ProStar is a domestic brand, or it's an affiliate of an international brand. What is it?
No, it's not an affiliate.
Yeah.
But we want to play at the international stage. We actually want to set our sights in competition with the famous brands. That's why we actually changed the brand.
Yeah.
And we also come up with that name, you know, ProStar. Because our brand Haggai, some people don't even mistake the name to Haggai. You know, so some question is Haggai. So we now said, instead of us to be struggling with this, why not we come out in premium standards and actually face the business globally.
Okay. So what do you do exactly? You do kits?
We do general sports equipment.
Okay.
Under Haggai, we are just doing sport wear, but under ProStar, we are doing everything that has to do with sports equipment. Currently, we'll be signing partnership deal with NNL to add value to the league with for the next 5 years. and we've actually produced and delivered official match ball. That's first of its kind in Nigeria. We are delivering official match ball for the league.
Okay.
So whenever you see the NNL club playing, then you find out that yes, there is a product they are promoting. You know, in partnership, most times we think partnership is just about giving us money. Partnership, in real sense, is adding value to the collective process.
Okay, so are you getting, what's like the feedback you're getting? Are you are the clubs or the managers of the league responding favorably to what you're doing? Do you have any particular deals?
Yeah, we have.
Do you have any particular deals you'd want to refer to?
Yeah, we've actually experimented the process, and we got very good feedback. Like the jerseys you just played on the screen now is the official kit for the Special Eagles, the amputee national team that just won the 4th position and qualified for the World Cup in Egypt.
Okay.
And I must bet you that in Egypt, Nigeria is the world and best dressed team.
Okay. I can see they are lovely.
Represent a product of ProStar made in Lagos, Nigeria.
Wow. They're lovely looking, but are these materials created in Nigeria? Sorry, are they produced? Are they produced in Nigeria?
Yeah, they're 100% produced in Ojuelegba, Lagos, Nigeria.
Oh, what about the materials, the fabric,
that's
or what?
actually the limitating factor we have. I must tell you, the value chain process is zero when it comes to production in Nigeria. It's a major militating factor. You lack the expertise, you lack the dedicated tailors, you lack the engineers that we install or service or maintain your machineries. You lack all forms of production materials, from thread to button to zip to yarn to material. Everything has to be imported. So, you know, everybody celebrates China. China is not rocket science. A factory in China does not do everything. There are components of those who produce those materials all around them. So it is easier for them to produce, easier for them to mass produce. At every point of production, nothing stops them. But in Nigeria, it's a major factor that is actually militating against production in Nigeria.
So you still need to bring in a lot of the components?
Every component from A to Z has to come in from outside.
Wow. So is there a way forward? How do we move from, consuming so much to producing some parts of some parts of your values, your own value chain? How do you then do more locally? Do you have a pathway?
Okay, yeah. In everything, we have to keep moving. So if you just say you are stopping finally, then everything collapses. So, and somebody must actually do the sacrifice. But one of the major problem of this industry is patronage. The government institutions across board does not really patronize the local manufacturers. I'm telling you, if the local manufacturers have a retainership kind of contract with government agencies, we will bring all these things in. You start creating value chain around it, and by so doing, experts can come in to even help to manage and grow the industry. And in all necessity of life, after food, clothing is next thing, because you cannot walk naked on the streets. So it is a huge industry, just that there is total neglect in all of it. So I wish that the government agencies, with Nigeria is going to the Olympic now, that nothing stops the Ministry of Sports to engage a local manufacturer and give all necessary support, and even engage not just for one-off. You can say, okay, for the next 2 Olympics, All African Games, Commonwealth Games, we want to partner with this particular company. I'm telling you, before you know it, that company will start going to Ghana, to Benin, to Togo, to Cote d'Ivoire to seek for contract and sponsorship to even kit their own.
Okay, but I know that you have competitors, right? And some of them, last Olympics, for instance, I think the basketball team was kitted by a local manufacturer. I mean, I've seen things like that. I don't know whether it's last Olympics or whether it's the Afro basket. You know, so what's the competitive picture like?
Now, the competition, the Nigerian market space is very huge and large. It's not, I don't think we've even started the competition. And again, I want you to know also that the sport industry is so large that even the famous companies, the likes of Adidas or Nike or Puma or Reebok, cannot even satisfy the needs and yearnings of the sports industry. Okay, so in Nigeria, we've not started. Now that it's a one-off thing, that's part of what I'm saying. It's a one-off thing that you just give them contract to kit the Olympic. It's not enough. You understand? It's not enough. What's enough is, okay, we are engaging for the next 3 or 5 years. Indirectly, it supports most of the companies you see excel in abroad, like automobile industry, this or that. They have direct engagement with the government, with institutions of government. So with that, you know that yes, my overhead cost is really assured. Every other excess thing is to move and improve the industry. So you don't keep struggling over and over just because you want to remain in the industry.
Okay. But what government would you be looking at exactly? Because there are the state governments and then there's the federal government, right? The state governments are also involved in sports in some way or the other. Would you, which is the lower hanging fruit, the state government or the federal government?
No, I think it's the federal government. Okay. The federal government showed us majority of everything that burdens in economy. I must tell you, let me set an example with Ministry of Education. If, for instance, all the Unity schools says, okay, we're going into contract with a particular brand, give and take, that brand in the next 3 years becomes an international brand because they have to bring in more machineries, bring in more experts, bring in more tellers, bring in more workshop. They establish the industry that can sustain 114 Unity schools, in which King's College is about 3,600 students, Queen's College is about 4,000 students, Janiki is about 4,000 students. So imagine if a company can do it. I'm not saying we will not allow every other thing to flow, but the truth is, when you just give contractors who want to just make profit and go and buy land or make profit and go and buy car or make profit and divest that money, it has not built that industry. And when an industry is well built, you're not building it for today. You are building it for sustenance, for posterity, and for international competition. Because by the time you made it in Nigerian market, the next market is neighboring countries. You understand? So we need to actually, that's why I don't even want to talk about football, basketball. That's why I want to use Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education on inter-house sport is a big market. You understand?
Okay, exactly. So Paul, you're going for the Super 8, right?
Yes.
So you have a deal with the NNL, right? That's the second tier of the Nigerian football. Are you going to be with them again next? Are you going to? Is the deal just starting, and are you also prospecting the MPFL management as well?
Yeah, for the NNL, like I said, we are signing off on the 7th.
Okay.
Sign off for a 5-year value-driven deal. It's not about money now, but it's about creating value that will drive.
And that comprises, what do you give to them?
Yeah, what we do is, we are, you know, like what Adidas is doing with FIFA.
Yeah.
Adidas caters for everything that FIFA wears. You understand? So indirect, that's what ProStar is bringing on board. That's one of. Then the official match ball for NNL, first of its kind in Nigeria, for a league ball to endorse a ball and use it, is also coming on stage. So with that, we are also, we've opened discussions with other league across, but we are also, I don't know if you know about the 7-a-side national championship.
No, I'm not aware of that. Yeah.
Okay, 7-a-side is I think is one of the most intense football competition anybody can play. In 7-a-side, you must be active on the pitch. If not, you will lose the game. So we are also signing with them. In fact, this is the jersey I'm wearing. This is the shirt. We just also did the press conference for the Bridge League that will start with Abuja. Okay, so we are already signing on institutions and organizations for the purpose of actually creating a brand that that will lead the path of progress in sport industry in Nigeria,
Okay.
and that cannot compete favorable with the famous brand. Because the truth is, these famous brands still make what we make. It's just because of value they have created over time that will make them tag their prices on the high side. So if we're able to...
All right, Paul, sorry. We have to wrap it up now. All right. It's been nice talking to you. I promise you that I'm going to give you more time to speak about this, in the coming weeks and months, right? Because what you're doing is very good and is very needed in our domestic sports space. All right. We've been talking to Mr. Paul Maduako, the CEO of ProStar. There is sports merchandising.
ProStar Sports International.
ProStar Sports International. Thanks, Paul.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Thanks so much.
yeah, so we're going to be talking a lot more with him in the weeks and months to come. That's been our package today, and I'm sure you had a great time listening to Ed Simons, Paul Dikoff, and now Paul Maduako. Until we meet again next week, this is me, Orufo Ezaga, saying be productive, be good, and stay safe.
You are one family. You don't know this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond. Before it's the beat though, but now I think we have to be listening to the lyrics too. Before someone starts singing, help me, and I'm dancing like this, I don't get it. So now we have to listen to the words. When he's saying help me, say, hey, what's going on here?
For me, it's a little bit of both, because sometimes, sometimes I don't even pay attention to the lyrics, and like the beat is like captivating, and sometimes the lyrics just grip me even more than the beat. So it's a little bit of both. I'm indifferent.
Good music. I mean, good lyrics, definitely. I mean, I do enjoy lyrics, and then fantastic melody and rhythm. Yeah.
The beat first, but I love when the lyrics mean something, because then you can take something away from it. But once the beat is sick, I'm in.
Definitely the lyrics. I'm more of a lyric listener. When I listen to songs, I want to learn the words of your song first.
I think it's the lyrics. I connect with the lyrics because it inspires people to pursue their dreams. Yes.
The lyrics.
Both. Music, good lyrics, good beats, good rhythm, good melody, good harmony. I mean, all of them are contributive, towards making music wholesomely good.
What makes a music for me instantly is got to be the beat before the lyrics. If the beat is on point, I'm rocking to it.
Good music. It can be both the lyrics, it can be the beats, it can be the music video, whatever music is supposed to bring out an emotion. So whatever the emotion is when you hear it, as long as you like it, it's good music.
What makes good is a combination of both.
The melodies. I'm a melodies guy, so that's what makes good music for me. When I hear some chords, I'm like, ooh! And also the way riffs and runs, when people sing, I'm like, yay! So yeah, that's what makes good music for me.
I think for me it's more about the beats, because the beats will give me the action, the movement, so I think I'm more about the beats.
something must actually draw me to the music. So I think it's actually the mastering, how it flows, and then I'll now take time to listen to, okay, what's this music saying? Most times it's actually also the beat. By the time I'm tapping my feet, I'm like, okay, are they calling me stupid? Let me find out.
I've said both, basically. The beats, the lyrics, everything makes it for me. I mean, the beats, of course, makes it catchy. It makes you want to listen. The voice of the musician also makes you want to listen. Now, the lyrics keeps you. Now, if the beat is good, but the lyrics is not good, it's just on the back, we move on to the next thing. But if the lyrics is good and the beat is good and the voice is good, it's back, it's just dancing all through. So everything basically.
Wow, that's a very hard question because music is part lyrics, part beats. But I can't lie, you see right now, is the beat. Producers, thank you so much for what you're doing for Nigerian music. We love it and we love you.
Okay. It's the beats. For me, it's the beats that makes the music. Then comes the lyrics. Yeah.
Abraham Moses Jacob, you are one family. You are going to this sport Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is a news update. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC have suspended their industrial action over lack of consensus on a new minimum wage and the hike in electricity tariff for 1 week. The TUC President Festus Osifo confirmed this in Abuja after a joint extraordinary National Executive Council meeting of the unions. Osifo said a joint NEC meeting of TUC NLC has approved to relax the industrial action for 1 week with immediate effect. The Labour chief said a communique will be issued shortly. Both unions downed tools on Monday to register their grievances over the hike in electricity tariff and lack of consensus on a new minimum wage. The Nigerian Army has handed 8 students of Confluence University of Science and Technology, Osara, Kogi State, who were rescued on Sunday over to Governor Ahmed Ododo at Army headquarters in Abuja. The ceremony was conducted by the Deputy Chief of Operations Army, Major General Emmanuel Emeka, on behalf of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tuarid Lagbaja. Emeka said the troops of the Nigerian Army, in synergy with the operatives of the Nigerian Police Force and other security agencies, successfully rescued the abducted students who were taken hostage by terrorists in a dense forest near Oro-Ago village in Kwara State, following an intense clearance mission. He added that the operation was still ongoing to apprehend the perpetrators of the dastardly act and bring them to book. In his remark, Governor Ododo thanked God Almighty for making it possible for the rescue of the students, adding that it was a mixed feeling for him as 2 of the 31 abducted students were murdered. Ododo said that 29 of the students were successfully rescued while appreciating the efforts of President Bola Tinubu and the military in the fight against insecurity in the country. The residents and indigents of Iru community have benefited from the free medical rhapsody initiated by the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, the Admiral Superintendent of Naval Dockyard Limited, Rear Admiral Abolaji Orederu, led the initiative, which is in commemoration of the Nigerian Navy at 68th anniversary and in collaboration with the Oniru Palace. The Admiral Superintendent, ably represented by Captain U.I. Okeke, Commander, Naval Medical Center, said the move is to further strengthen civil-military relations as the Navy celebrates its anniversary.
Chief Medical Director of the Naval Dockyard, Surgeon Captain U.I. Okeke, and other very senior officers here present. We are living in a challenging period. People must also Yes, you want to take care of yourself, you want to go to work, you must also do your head check. Before April come, is giving up, he or she is giving up. So, this head check that Nava Dockyard has arranged for us in this community, we must not take advantage of it. On that note, I want to once again thank the chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Ogala, and the commander of the Naval Dockyard for bringing this mission to my palace.
On his part, the Oniru of Iru, Abdulwasiu Omogwalahon Lawal, said it is his passion to bring wellness to the people of Iru land, as health is prioritized in his reign.
I give glory to God for keeping each and everyone alive today, to witness today, because I live around this area. And I give kudos to our Kabiyesi, who gave us the opportunity to come and witness what is happening here today. So I really thank God for his life. Well, I'm here for the high test. It's a very good gesture. Sometimes ago, one of my cousins attended this Naval something, and the encouragement was very, very good. Thank you so much. And I give the commander and everybody that made this thing to happen today, I wish them good luck and happiness.
I thank what they have done, because I didn't expect Nigerian Navy can do like this. But if the other people is doing like this, to be better. So it's good what they do, and I thank them. I appreciate what they are doing.
More than 10 exceptional students from the Federal University of Technology Akure Secondary School have received a donation of 10 laptops and other materials through the Laptop for Every African program, A-LEAP. The A-LEAP is a project initiated by the Blanche Talent Program to provide laptops to talented and ambitious individuals in Africa who lack the necessary tools and resources to enhance their technological skills. During the inauguration event held in Akure, the CEO of Blanche, George Omosun, emphasized that the primary objective is to assist young Africans starting with Nigeria and Ghana in gaining access to laptops and mentorship. During a capacity building talk, Omosun urged the students to believe in their dreams as they can achieve all they aspire to be. This support will enable them to be better equipped to seize opportunities in the information age.
I want to give you guys a quick, a little brief fundamental into tech. For those of you, again, who are looking at getting into tech and are wondering, okay, this tech thing that I've heard, what are the things I can do, right? I'll try and make it as simple as possible. When I was your age, I didn't have anyone to really break it down, to me like this, but I'll try and make it as simple as possible for you. So in tech, in today's world, there are about 3 things that you might be considering getting into. Core tech, right? I'm not referring to things like graphic designing and all of that, which you need a laptop for. I'm talking about engineering, right? So if you're looking at getting into engineering. So one of the things that you might be considering is called software engineering. Can I hear you say software engineering? Okay, so software engineering has 2 major parts. But first of all, let me describe what it is. Is the ability to build software. What is software? Software are, the mobile apps that we use, the websites. If you have WhatsApp or you've heard of it, Instagram.
There is need to create space for the younger generation to make a meaningful impact in the overall efforts towards creating awareness about the scourge of cancer and its prevention. The government must therefore provide the youths with the right knowledge and tools so they would be empowered and become proactive health advocates and compassionate individuals in their communities. This was emphasized in Abuja at the inauguration of the Colmode Cancer Champions Club in Nigerian secondary schools. Details in this report.
At an elaborate launch of the club in Model Secondary School in Maitama, Abuja, Dr. Dennis Ejo, a renowned cancer survivor and driving force behind the initiative, harped on the importance of early education about cancer and removing the stigma surrounding it.
Whether you are a survivor, a caregiver, or someone who simply wants to make a positive change, there is a place for you in the Colmode Cancer Champions Club. Together we learn we grow, and we take action to make a difference in the life of those affected by cancer. Together we fight, together we win. So, my fellow champions, I will encourage you today to embrace this opportunity with an open heart and open mind. Let us stand together in solidarity, unite against cancer in our commitment to make a difference.
While appreciating this laudable drive, other speakers expressed hope that governments at all levels will collaborate with health professionals, agencies, and stakeholders for the prevention and early detection of cancer and leverage existing health infrastructure to reverse the cases of cancer in the country. They expressed hope that the Cancer Champions Club in schools will offer comprehensive education on cancer and address the disease from its medical aspects to social implications.
As the author of these books, an advocate of cancer awareness, I've seen firsthand and the incredible impact that young people like yourself can have in the fight for cancer. But before we delve into the details, let us share a bit about why this cause is so near and dear to me. You see, I have lost so many good friends to cancer. But when I met my dearest Dr. Dennis, who is living with cancer, it triggered the urge to do something special about it. So I started researching, writing and speaking about cancer awareness, not because it's easy, but because it is very, very necessary.
Over 100 students of Model Secondary School were inducted into the Cancer Champions Club as a pilot to be replicated across the country. Some of the visibly excited cancer champions are determined to take the message of hope to their communities.
I learned that cancer is the disorder in the cell of the movement of the body, and cancer, like, it helps us with the awareness, and I've learned that cancer is like awareness.
Cancer is a disease that is caused by disorder in the growth or the movement of cells in the body, which is harmful to our health normally. Just anybody that hears of cancer will know that cancer is deadly. But we have learned today that it's deadly, yes, but there's a way we can cure, not ultimately cure, but we can also prevent the spread of cancer.
Anybody in secondary school are starting points, and then we'll build, and from there we'll be able to find out, because we want the children to determine how we build this is our launching program. And I'm very excited that I did it in this school, in Nigeria, in Abuja.
The students-led Cormode Cancer Champions Club will be dedicated to raising awareness and providing support to those affected by the disease, while also empowering students to take responsibility in the immediate communities.
The Conference Secretary of the United Methodist Church in Nigeria, Reverend Emmanuel Ande, announced that Bishop John Wesley Yohana is no longer a member of the church, hence the need for him to distance himself from the church property. The church has been fraught with controversy since its leaders returned from the church's General Conference in Charlotte, North Carolina, United States of America. The controversy followed the alleged adoption of same-sex marriage by some factions in the church, which the Nigerian branch described as unethical. Speaking against the bishop, who he alleged distanced himself from the local church to join the Global Methodist Church, and they called on the security agencies to ensure that the bishop does not go away with the church property.
To call the attention of the government to note that Bishop Yohana is trying to foment trouble within the United Methodist Church. It is important that the government call him into order. It is important that the government should ask Bishop Yohana to step aside since he has joined a new denomination, and allow members of the United Methodist Church who want to stay in the United Methodist Church to do their own work. We want to let the general public to know that we are guided by the church laws, which are called the Book of Discipline. We have already applied legal action. There are matters that are before the High Court to safeguard and protect the properties of the United Methodist Church. And that matter is calling for an order that will restrain the bishop, the trustee, and every person that wants to leave the United Methodist Church from tampering with the properties of the United Methodist Church. We are peace-loving people. That is why we venture into legal action. We don't take arms, we don't take knife, we don't take cutlass in our hands. We know the law, we are law-abiding citizens of this country, and we will remain still.
In business news, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, has extended the production quota of 1.5 million barrels of crude per day for Nigeria to 2025. The intergovernmental organization announced the extension at its 37th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting. As part of the resolutions at its last ministerial meeting on November 30, 2023, the oil cartel increased Nigeria's production level to 1.5 million barrels per day for 2024. Earlier, OPEC said Nigeria's production level of 1.5 million barrels per day should be maintained from January 1, 2025 to December 31, 2025. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Lagos Island has imposing architectural structures dotted on each side of the road, filled with people who are not sure if they will be locked out from their homes next year due to rental fee hikes. The buildings on the other side of the road wear an empty, forlorn look. Beggars are always on the streets. A thin, middle-aged man in an oversized jacket comes towards my window. In impeccable English, he explains that he is not a beggar, but a medical doctor who worked in the hospital about 3 blocks from the right side of the street we were on. He has an accent that must be from Cross River State, unmistakably lyrical. He says his daughter is in terrible shape. She has a ruptured appendix and was admitted in the same hospital where he worked. I'm trying to raise money for my daughter, but we haven't been paid for about 6 months now. It was difficult to tell truth from falsehood in Lagos. Poverty taught most people the art of deceit as a means of livelihood. Today, I discover an even more ingenious way of begging meant to jolt one's physical and spiritual sensibilities. At the junction just before the traffic lights, A man who looks like he was a few seconds away from being called to be with the Lord is being pushed around in a wheelchair by a dreary-looking assistant. After a few minutes, the assistant stops pushing the wheelchair and takes up his bullhorn to tell the story of how the man has an orange-sized tumor on his face. He makes a feverish pitch for funds that will be for treatment. God bless you as you give. God shall water your garden as you donate to this cause, he bellowed. Motorists avoid them as if they just escaped a leper colony. The two men are indifferent and remain resolute in their quest. My name is Erie Onogoroa. I work in an energy company, so apart from being an author, that's what else I do. So to be honest, so I used to work in another company, and you know, you get to that stage in your career where you feel like your life is stuck in a rut. Like you wake up every morning and you're like, okay, we have to do this again. You know, nothing is challenging. It's just you just know you're built for more. So that's the stage I was in. I'll go to work just completely dissatisfied. And, you know, we had friends, you know how it is in the office, we'll talk about, you know, all the things happening and not happening to us. And then it was just every day we were complaining. And then one day I said to myself, I said, Eri, but you're right, yeah, because I started writing from when I was like 8 years. And I said, you know, instead of complaining, look inwards and do something. And literally, that's how Dear Alarie was born. So it was at a point in my life where I was just completely yearning for more and dissatisfied with where I was in my career. I like that question because when I was writing, for me, it was almost like a sense of urgency to pass a message, and the message was principally to live your life, your best life, in spite of anything that may be happening around you. You would have challenges, but own your voice, tell your story, and just be authentic. So for me, it was very important to pass that message across and let anybody reading to say, you know what, I mean, these challenges are not uncommon. Everybody faces them. But you can still live your moment. You can still live your best life as you pass through these challenges. For me, when I wrote that in particular, I was looking to talk about life in Lagos. And I use Lagos as a metaphor for Nigeria because, you know, Lagos is where everything happens. So for me, it was important to bring out all the kind of things that we see in society that should not be, poverty that really shouldn't be because of the abundance of resources, and the fact that you see a lot of people who don't have as much, just more or less just tending towards, okay, we need to have more babies, almost like a pastime, like, okay, since I can't have this, I can't have this. So that was the thinking behind, you know, this. In terms of themes, I thought to look at the patriarchal culture in Nigeria. I thought to put an X-ray on life in Lagos and the fact that really and truly at the end of the day, we sort of exist in Lagos. We don't live, we don't thrive. You wake up every day, you spend roughly, depending on where you are, roughly 4 to 5 hours in traffic. And you get back home and you sleep, and it's like an endless rut. Yeah, so those are the kind of things I was trying to look at, the challenges women face in the office. Not just in the office, what they're going through internally. For Alarie, Alarie didn't have a child, so she was facing all that, and yet she needed to be in the office to be her best. So things like that, those were the kind of things I was looking to talk about. The patriarchal culture, infertility challenges, just the whole chaos, what it really takes to live in a place like Lagos. Because it was important for me to tell the story that the fact that a lady gives birth to a girl has nothing to do with her. And the fact that as a girl does not lessen the significance of the child. So that's very important for me to say there. We find it, like you said, in Nigeria, and it hasn't changed. Well, maybe, our voices are being more amplified, so people are getting more aware, but it's still there. When a child is born, depending on the sex, the blame game, shifts. And another thing I wanted to point out so strongly was, what if it's the man at fault? Because what tends to happen in marriages is the lady takes the blame, because society has been trained to see the woman to blame where there are challenges with childbearing. But what if it's the man's fault? So those were the kind of questions I was trying to throw light on in the book. Not very well, to be honest, because growing up, it was almost like a taboo. My dad didn't want to hear anybody speaking Pidgin, so it was like, well, I say by force, we had to learn. But, a story like that, I had to use Pidgin to reflect the characters. So someone like Alhaji Wasiu, typical characters that, would necessarily speak Pidgin English, it was important for me to reflect that in the story so that the reader understands that, just the different strata in society and the levels of people that we have. I would say, tell your story unapologetically, because somebody also asked me, and I said, but you can't live life just expecting to be validated or not validated. Yeah, so for me, it was important to pass a message. For me, it was important to tell my story. The validation, secondary, because I will do it the same way, whether or not whatever anybody thought or thinks about Dear Alaure, I will tell my story, because it's important at the end of the day, when you go to bed, be satisfied that you have done what truly makes you happy as a writer. And some people just have a lot of stories in there just waiting to come out. But it's that fear of acceptance. And really and truly, you can't live life waiting to be accepted by everybody. It's just not the way to do things. I would say that is changing, to be honest. I mean, a lot of reading clubs springing up rather. A lot of, I would say it's changing. I know that, just even surviving in Nigeria is an art. So you find quite a number of people probably not having the time to read, but I don't think it's fair to say that we don't read. I think things are really, really changing.
Switch to on, light on. Pressing command for internal. Expectedly back, DW. Fuel tank pressure 6155. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Funganyi. This week on Red Carpet we chat with Cameroonian award-winning rapper and singer Naomi Achu. Cartoon Network and Max announces an all-Nigerian cast for Iyanu, the epic superhero animated series created by Nigerian animator and storyteller Roy Okupe. We visit Washington's National Portrait Gallery to check out an exhibition featuring one of Hollywood's greatest portrait photographers. We have those stories plus the story of the Victorian dress among the tribal Damara women in Namibia. Let's get on with the show. Vivo Fashion, a Kenyan company, recently launched its first U.S. location in Atlanta, Georgia, becoming the latest African fashion brand to go global. The store's inauguration was presided over by Kenyan President William Ruto on his state visit to the U.S. Founded by Kenyan fashion entrepreneurs Wandia Gichuru and Anne-Marie Burugu, Vivo, which sells mainly Kenyan-made products, has 27 locations across Africa. The Cartoon Network and HBO's Max recently announced an all-Nigerian cast for Iyanu, the epic superhero animated series created by Nigerian animator and storyteller Roy Okupe. The series is a blend of traditional African lore and contemporary superhero elements. Roy tells me why it was important for him that the studios announced an all-Nigerian cast to bring the uniquely African story to a global audience.
You know, I've been waiting and dying for this announcement to drop, because this was one of the first things that was very important to me. In a Nigerian show, I wanted Nigerians to voice Nigerians talking like Nigerians for a global audience. So we have people like Adesua Itomi Wellington, Shafi Bello, Blossom Chukwujekwu, Sarah Johnson, who plays Iyan. We have a very, 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 very talented group of voice actors from Nollywood that are going to blow people's minds when this show comes out.
Naomi Achu is a two-time Afrima Award winner, songwriter, rapper, and singer from Cameroon. She made waves in the music industry with her unique Afrofusion style. She is currently in the US and spoke to VOA's Sunday Shomari.
Boy, I'm losing my mind over you. Baby, don't waste my time. I can't get enough of you.
Tell me, Naomi, you won Afrima Awards twice.
Yeah.
Tell me about this experience of Afrofusion.
Our main genre, I'm going to say, is Makossa. That's the one that the outside world knows.
Exactly. Everybody is talking about is
Yes,
Makossa.
yes. But growing up outside of Cameroon, like in Europe, that's where I adopted Afro beats and I was able to do an Afro fusion. I sing in English, I sing in French because Cameroon is a bilingual country, and sometimes I'll put one or two Bafoussam words, which is my father's tongue. So the journey of music for me has been very colorful because I look at situations, I look at stories, I take experiences and I just pen them down and turn them into music. Bad girl killer bam bam, bad girl killer bam bam, bad girl killer bam bam, bad girl killer.
You're going to be performing in Washington, D.C. in June, but you said you have done this before in Seattle. Tell me about it.
Yes, yes. I performed all over America, all over the world actually, but Madaraka Festival started off in Seattle. It was a yearly festival in Seattle, and then they decided to make it an American thing, so they decided to tour the United States. So this time around, I am not only going to perform in Seattle, but I am going to be performing in 13 cities total in the United States, by God's grace, of course.
Tell us about Pepe and the production of Pepe and how things went until you came to Nigeria. Talk a little bit of that song.
Well, Pepe Them is produced by a Nigerian beat maker, and I went to Nigeria to shoot the music video there with his team. It was great. I figured that since the song is highly African I'm singing in broken English, I'm rapping in broken English. Why don't I go to Africa and shoot the music video there? So Executive Scott, who is the beat maker and the producer of the track, he, brought me in, took me to his people, and boom. Mercy Aigbe was a co-star, very big Nollywood actress. I'm so happy to call her my sister and for her to have been in the music video. All around, I felt like it was a great production, and I hope you enjoy it.
We know the ads, we the multiply. We know the caterpillar, we the butterfly. Why the next?
He captured the most famous faces in the 1930s and early 40s cinema: Garbo, Crawford, Bogart, and Gable. Now, the work of George Harrell, one of Hollywood's greatest portrait photographers, is on display at Washington's National Portrait Gallery. For VOA News, Christina Casiado-Smith has the story.
They were the A-list celebrities of their time, and behind the camera that captured these stars was George Harrell. With his elegant, dramatically lit portraits, the photographer made a name for himself in the 1930s and early 40s Hollywood, its golden age. Harrell's work is on display through January 5 at Washington's National Portrait Gallery.
And from that collection of 70 photographs, we've chosen 20 that we really felt were highlights of that collection, that show a range of actors who were really top drawer Hollywood stars during the 1930s and 40s.
Born in Ohio in 1904, Harrell originally studied to become a painter, but by the mid-1920s he had moved to California and found a bigger market in photography.
Glamour girl Marlena Dietrich.
An introduction to the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio in the early 30s changed his life. At that time, MGM was issuing dozens of films each year.
Basically, one film a week is going into the theaters. So there's a tremendous need for images to promote these films, and Harrell steps into that role with great ability.
Among the big names on display are Clark Gable and Joan Crawford, who starred together in the 1936 film Love on the Run. Marlena Dietrich, who Harrell said used to take a full-length mirror to photo sessions so she could see exactly how she looked, and John Barrymore, a star from a high-profile family of American actors.
We like to show a variety of different time periods at the Portrait Gallery. We are unique in that we are both an art museum and a history museum. We have art curators and historians, and that really, it lends itself to telling biography.
Harrell's approach defined glamour for the movie industry. He became known for inventing the boom light.
Gave him flexibility and the ability to move the light around and take advantage of, of the shadows that it could create.
Harrell's starts faded with the invention of smaller cameras. At the time, he declared, the glamour was gone. Cristina Caicedo-Smith, VOA News.
Victorian dress was forcibly imposed on Namibia's indigenous Nakwe women by German colonizers in the late 1800s. Despite its origins, these styles persist today as a symbol of resilience. Lee Garises reports from Windhoek in Namibia.
This one is Elle, this one is Letitia.
In Windhoek's Aspangplatz business district, an unassuming clothing shop is quickly becoming the go-to place for the country's latest craze, the Honkois. Here, designer Deborah Thomas-Zenjala spends hours responding to the growing demand for what was once a fashion pariah.
Previously, it was difficult for some ladies that are doing sewing seamstresses to make cultural dresses. And then with the demand these days, they can really make enough money, a lot of money, to sustain them.
Victorian dresses have been popular for some time in Namibia, but are experiencing a surge in popularity, especially among Damara women. Fashion designer Lerato Kabises is here for a fitting of her first Honkois and says it's a way for Nakwe women to express themselves.
I'm quite excited for the era that we're in as a young Damara lady and as an emerging fashion designer for our Ngqikwe ladies.
To some women here, the dress has a strong sense of history. Speaking at the launch of the Ngqisa Ngqikwe Dihorokwes Cultural Market, human rights activist and independent presidential candidate Rosa Namises says this is a way for Namibian women to reconnect with their past.
What we want to do as people and custodians of our culture, we want to reclaim it.
The Horokwes dress looks back to the European dress styles that were imposed upon Damara women during the 31-year German occupation of the country that ended in 1915.
So back in the day when women were transitioning from leather, or were forced to transition, for a better word, from leather to fabric, it was a very painful period. It was a period full of resistance. It was a period of somehow also for them losing a culture.
Wasis Njala says reclaiming the style is helping Namibian women reclaim who they are.
It's been such a long time, seriously, that we didn't show interest in our own things. But now I feel so good, even a little girl coming to me and says that I want a Damara dress.
The Horokwes is a dress that recalls Namibia's colonial history, but is also a powerful statement about moving beyond an ugly past. Lee Gari says, VOA News, Windhoek, Namibia.
Chinese investments are increasingly finding a foothold in Africa, particularly in the vibrant entertainment industry. VOA's Kali Abdu explores how this funding is restructuring African